too hot outside. Hey, it's hot and I want to listen to music for a bit, so I'm gonna wait a tiny little bit before we start. One more song and then I'll play the intro song that y'all know. Okay. Oh god, it's fucking hot. Ugh. Help. Hi everyone. How you doing? I'm doing hot. It's like well above 40 degrees Celsius here with the Fahrenheit, or with the humidity. In Fahrenheit, that's like above 110, I think, or around 110. It's bad. It's not good. I went for a walk today because I've been cooped up inside the house the past couple days because of the heat, and it felt like soup. It felt like I was walking through soup. Not so good, but the good news is my inhaler is still working. So, I mean, I can breathe. It's just got me a little fatigued today, unfortunately. But I want to fucking read Dracula. I want to read my damn Dracula. We got 3 chapters left. I want to finish that shit, because next week I wanna do a Dracula movie night. And that'll be fun. IMO. Well, you'll have to forgive me if I'm, like, a little huffy and puffy tonight on account of the breathing, on account of the oxygen, on account of the lungs. Because that's how it's gonna be. I don't control the respiratory issues. If I could do that, I would be the strongest ever in the face of God. Or anyone. I hope folks had a good day today. My day was, it was fine, I guess. It was okay. I read a little bit of a different book because I've got like a book club, reading club thing with some friends that I need to catch up on. And I, like, got some chores done. And I didn't end up getting to play more Warframe because I had to do chores. There was an update that dropped yesterday. It was cool. I liked it. I made a charcuterie board for assholes. What reading for book club? Some friends of mine and I are going through The Haunting of Hill House, which I haven't read very much of yet. I need to read more of it. Seems like it's a cool book though. So that'll be. This Donkey Kong music is too high energy. Jesus Christ. Crank it down there a little bit, Diddy Kong. Alright, I'm seeing people in chat also excited about the fact that I'm reading that book, so that's cool. I gotta catch up on more of it so that I can, you know, actually talk to my friends about the book. Because I haven't had as much time to read as I would have liked lately. And every time I'm like, oh, well, I guess I'll just read, like, right before bed, in bed. I get in bed and I just fall down and go to sleep. You know how it is, I'm sure. I want to get more into the habit of, I guess I can switch over to the scene with the talk sprite. We're just talking a bit. I want to get more into the habit of just, like, making time to read. I find I've been struggling to do that for the past while. Hoping that, you know, finishing Dracula and maybe getting starting on another book soonish and keeping up with Hill House will get me into the habit of doing it regularly, and I can read more books again, and that'll be nice. Habits is hard, and you don't have as much time as you'd like if you're an adult. Even if you're like me and you know, are your own boss and decide when you're working or not, you know? So it goes. Did I talk about my dinner? Did I talk about you can support the stream? You can support the stream. Hey, if you like the stream and you want to support what we do here, you can subscribe to the channel, you can tip directly, you can give out gift subs, stuff like that. Never mandatory, no obligation, never feel like you have to. But, you know, always very greatly appreciated. So thank you very much for your support, or for considering it. You tried your Furious Chain Day and Buzzblade? I don't know what that is. We're talking about Dracula tonight. That's not in this book. So my dinner was a damn plate. I was like, oh, I should make a sandwich. And then I was like, I don't fucking want to make a sandwich. What if I just put sandwich stuff on a plate? And then I was like, well, I got a, like, charcuterie plate now. What if I put other stuff on there? So I had a bunch of, like, leftover pork and some damn mustard and some really nice strawberries. And in fact, I think I'm probably going to get more strawberries when I'm on break next, because there's some good fucking strawberries. And a pickle, slice, and a whole cucumber. Not a big one. And some other stuff I don't remember. And some crackers. I remember crackers. Yeah. It's getting on strawberry season, which I'm excited about. I love berry. It's a medieval-themed dinner. Not really. I didn't have my tankard of ale or my giant wedge of bread. Thai food, nice. Strawbubby season makes you think of Nana's garden. Yeah, me too. Our grandma used to have a little patch of strawberries she would grow, and sometimes blackbirds would come and go, free berries. Mine now. And groundhogs. I think I'm ready to get started. Oh, yeah, next week I think I'm gonna try and start doing movie night in the Discord. That'll probably be Tuesdays, around like 7:30. That feels like a good time. And I want to have our first showing be the old-ass Bela Lugosi Dracula movie. I think that'll be fun. So that's why I want to finish this today. So we can know how it ends, so that we can look at how the movie goes and go like, what the fuck? That's not how the book goes. What's going on? There's some fun, weird discrepancies between that movie and the book. Yeah. Review the rules of the channel, stay on topic, be nice, act mature, eat a bug. Eat a couple bugs, and then some spiders, and then some rats. Etc. Well, we get started. I guess with this Kirby song playing, which is very funny. What if you don't want to cosplay Renfield? What, you too fucking good for Renfield? You too fucking good to put the spider in your mouth? What's the matter with you? Get over yourself. You should be ashamed of yourself. Was Dracula on page 73? What the fuck are you talking about? You know you can just talk normal. You don't have to try and do a bit. You can just talk. It's fine. Well, this music is maybe a little too intense, but that's okay. I'm just gonna start. Chapter 25. Oh, right, it's fucking Dr. Seward's diary. Okay. Right from the start, huh? Frame 1? This fucking guy.
11th of October. Evening. Jonathan Harker has asked me to note this, as he says he is hardly equal to the task, and wants an exact record kept.
I'm trying to find a place to put my damn microphone on my desk. There we go. I gotta get myself a fucking proper arm for my microphone. That would make trying to fiddle with things on my desk a little easier. Anyways.
I think that none of us were surprised when we were asked to see Mrs. Harker a little before the time of sunset. We have of late come to understand that sunrise and sunset are, to her, times of peculiar freedom, when her old self can be manifest without any controlling force subduing or restraining her, or inciting her to action. This mood or condition begins some half hour or more before actual sunrise or sunset, and lasts till either the sun is high, or whilst the clouds are still aglow with the rays streaming above the horizon. At first, there is a sort of negative condition, as if some tie were loosened, and then the absolute freedom quickly follows. When, however, the freedom ceases, the change back, or relapse, comes quickly, preceded only by a spell of warning silence.
Would watching Spanish Dracula also be on the table? I don't know what that is, and also the movie nights are not going to be nothing but Dracula movies for weeks in a row. I am going to air maybe 2 in a row and then do other things.
Tonight.
I'm always so charmed when the old-timey spelling of tonight has a damn dash in it.
Tonight, when we met, she was somehow constrained and bore all the sign of an internal struggle. I put it down myself to her making a violent effort at the earliest instant she could do so. A very few minutes, however, gave her complete control of herself. Then, motioning her husband to sit beside her on the sofa where she was half reclining, she made the rest of us bring chairs up close. Taking her husband's hand in hers, began,
"We are all here together in freedom for perhaps the last time. I know, dear. I know that you will always be with me to the end."
This was to her husband, whose hand had, as we could see, tightened upon hers.
"In the morning, we go out upon our task, and God alone knows what may be in store for any of us. You are going to be so good to me as to take me with you. I know that all brave, earnest men can do for a poor, weak woman, whose soul perhaps is lost. No, not yet, but is at any rate at stake. You will do. But you must remember that I am not as you are. There is a poison in my blood, my soul, which may destroy me, which must destroy me, unless some relief comes to us. Oh, my friends, you know well as I do that my soul is at stake, and though I know there is one way out for me, you must not, and I must not take it."
She looked appealingly to us all in turn, beginning and ending with her husband.
This is the awesome theme of when, her soul is in danger.
What is that way?
What the fuck fell off my desk? Hello? Fuck. Puzz gave me like a little plastic apple ages ago from when they were working on the little welcome home exhibit thing. And it's been at like the back of my desk for ages, and has somehow rolled to the front of it and fallen off the front of my desk. So that's scary. I think someone's playing a damn Dracula trick on me with a plastic apple. That's honestly not okay. It's not okay at all.
What is that way?
Asked Van Helsing in a hoarse voice.
What is that way which we may not take?
Thank you, Rosie Hyena, for the resub. Much appreciated.
Dracula's trick.
That I may die now, either by my own hand or that of another, before the greater evil is entirely brought. I know, and you know, that were I once dead, you could and would set free my immortal spirit, even as you did poor Lucy's. My poor Lucy's. Were death, or the fear of death, the only thing that stood in the way, I would not shirk to die here, now, amidst the friends who love me. But death is not all. I cannot believe that to die in such a case, when there is hope before us and a bitter task to be done, is God's will. Therefore I, on my part, give up here the certainty of eternal rest, and go out into the dark, where may be the blackest thing that the world or the netherworld holds.
We were all silent, for we knew instinctively that this was only a prelude. The faces of the others were set, and Harker's grew ashen gray. Perhaps he guessed better than any of us what was coming. She continued.
This is what I can give into the hotchpot.
I could not but note the quaint legal phrase which she used in such a place, and with all seriousness.
That is a bit of a funny thing to mention. I don't even know what hotchpot means. What will each of you give Your lives, I know, she went on quickly. That is easy for brave men. Your lives are God's, and you can give them back to him, but what will you give to me?
She looked again questioningly, but this time avoided her husband's face. Quincy seemed to understand. He nodded, and her face lit up.
Then I shall tell you plainly what I want, for there must be no doubtful matter in the connection between us now. You must promise me, one and all, even you, my beloved husband, that, should the time come, you will kill me.
And what is the time? The voice was Quincy's, but it was low and strained.
And you shall be convinced that I am so changed that it is better that I die than I may live. When I am thus dead in the flesh, then you will, without a moment's delay, drive a stake through me and cut off my head, or do whatever else may be wanting to give me rest.
Quincy was the first to rise after the pause. He knelt down before her, and taking her hand in his, said solemnly, I'm only a rough fella, who hasn't perhaps lived as a man should to win such a distinction. But I swear to you, by all that I hold sacred and dear, should the time ever come, I shall not flinch from the duty you've set us. And I promise you, too, that I shall make all certain, for if I am only doubtful, I shall take it that the time has come.
Hodgepodge is the reunion and blending together of properties for the purpose of securing equal division. Interesting. Poor sweet, brave Quincy. There was a brief talk in my Discord earlier today, about Quincy, and specifically about, like, movie adaptations and how none of them are fucking brave enough to include Quincy. It's like, I don't understand what the issue is. You think you're too good for a fucking cowboy? You think you're too good for, like, this motherfucker from down south, who's very sweet and very polite and kind of dumb and very well-meaning? Come on. This motherfucker's got guns. This motherfucker's got cowboy guns. And you're too good for him. Shut the fuck up. Your movie sucks and it's being pulled from theaters. Oh, my true friend,
was all she could say amidst her fast-falling tears, as, bending over, she kissed his hand.
All the boys see that she's kissing him. They have to speak up. They want their kissies too.
I swear the same, my dear Madam Mina,
said Van Helsing.
And I,
said Lord Godalming, each of them in turn kneeling to her to take the oath. I followed myself. I also wanted a little kissy. Then her husband turned to her, wan-eyed and with a greenish pallor which subdued the snowy whiteness of his hair, and asked,
And must I too make such a promise, oh my wife? You too, my dearest,
she said, with infinite yearning of pity in her voice and eyes.
You must not shirk. You are nearest and dearest and all the world to me. Our souls are knit into one for all life and all time. Think, dear, that there have been times when brave men have killed their wives and their womenkind to keep them from falling into the hands of the enemy. Their hands did not falter any the more because those that they loved implored them to slay them. It is men's duty towards those whom they love in such times of sore trial. And oh, my dear, if it is to be that I must meet death at any hand, let it be at least the hand of him that loves me best. Dr. Van Helsing, I have not forgotten your mercy. In poor Lucy's case, to him who loved...
She stopped with a flying blush and changed her phrase.
To him who had best right to give her peace. If that time shall come again, I look to you to make it a happy memory of my husband's life, that it was his loving hand which set me free from the awful thrall upon me. Once wrote a tabletop game, sort of pseudo-adaptation of Dracula. Better believe you included someone that was based on Quincy. Good! You have to. You have to. Quincy's really important. You literally have to have him. You literally need to have him.
Again, I swear!
Came the professor's resonant voice. Mrs. Harker smiled. Positively smiled. The sigh of relief as she leaned back and said,
Now, one word of warning. A warning which you must never forget. This time, if it ever come, may come quickly and unexpectedly, and in such case you must lose no time in using your opportunity. At such a time I myself might be, nay, if the time ever comes, shall be, leagued with your enemy against you. One more request.
She became very solemn as she said this.
It is not vital and necessary like the other, but I want you to do one thing for me, if you will.
We all acquiesced, but no one spoke. There was no need to speak.
I want you to read the burial service.
She was interrupted by a deep groan from her husband, taking his hand in hers. She held it over her heart and continued.
Must read it over me someday. Whatever may be the issue of all this fearful state of things, it will be a sweet thought to all, or some of us. You, my dearest, will I hope read it, for then it will be in your voice, in my memory forever, come what may.
But oh, my dear one, he pleaded, death is afar off from you.
Nay,
she said, holding up a warning hand.
I am deeper in death at this moment than if the weight of an earthly grave lay heavy upon me.
Oh, my wife, must I read it? He said before he began.
It would comfort me, my husband,
was all she said. And he began to read when she had got the book ready.
Who is the dialogue here? Who's speaking this next paragraph? Oh, it's he began to read. I'm a damn fool.
How could anyone tell of that strange scene, its solemnity, its gloom, its sadness, its horror, and withal its sweetness? Even a skeptic who can see nothing but a travesty of bitter truth than anything holy or emotional would have been melted to the heart had he seen that little group of loving and devoted friends kneeling round that stricken and sorrowing lady, or had the tender passion of her husband's voice, as in tones so broken with emotion that often he had to pause. He read the simple and beautiful service from the burial of the dead. I cannot go on. Words and voice fail me. She was right in her instinct. Strange as it all was, bizarre as it may hereafter seem even to us who felt its potent influence at the time, it comforted us much. And the silence, which showed Mrs. Harker's coming relapse from her freedom of soul, did not seem so full of despair to any of us as we had dreaded.
Alright, on to Jonathan Harker's journal. Looks like we've got a bit of a travelogue for the next little bit. Yeah, I did really like that scene. That's very, like... Mina's so fucking sad, dude. This woman who has been denied at so many corners the opportunity to, like, be herself and be more than what, like, the world around her has deemed her to be. And now she's like, well, with the last bit of my dignity that I am allowed, you gotta promise me you'll take me out, okay? Man. And then you have her husband, the world's saddest wife guy. He loves her so much. Started writing a new story recently and found yourself naming the protagonist Mina. Hell yeah. He literally is the saddest white-haired wife guy in all of England. It's like that one. Anytime I think about the saddest anything, I always think about that one gif of like Drake where he's like, I am the saddest boy in all of Canada. And then I specifically think of an edit that one of my friends made where he just goes, those sad boy. And sad has 2 Ds. And then he goes, within Kohana. And I'm always thinking about that. I'm always thinking about those sad boy. Within Kohana. And now you're thinking about it too. It goes black and white when he says within Kohana. Kohana is spelled C-O-J-A-N-A. And I'm always thinking about it. Jonathan Harker's journal. You'll endeavor to think about this also? You better. 15th of October, Varna. We left Charing Cross on the morning of the 12th. Got to Paris the same night, and took the places secured for us in the Orient Express. These motherfuckers are on the Orient Express! It all comes back to that fucking train! I guess this was like a real, actual, famous train, or train line, wasn't it? Which is probably why it keeps coming up in works of fiction, now that I think about it. That damn train. We travelled night and day, arriving here at about 5 o'clock. Lord Godalming went to the consulate to see if any telegram had arrived for him, whilst the rest of us came on to this hotel, the Odysseus. Ran 1883 to 2009. Huh. The trip was hilariously opulent. See, that I've heard about in, like, vague terms. I don't actually know much about the specifics now that I think about it. I know it exists, and it was like a rich people train or something. Maybe someday I'll look more into that. Man, I hope someday I can afford to go on a rich train. That'd be awesome. Can still travel the route today, just not on one train? Well, what's the point? What's the point? Ride a different train then. Go on a different train ride for different reasons. Where was I? The Odysseus. Never rode on a train at all. Huh. I find that surprising to hear. Go on a train, they're cool. It's fun to simply ride the train, even without a destination. The journey may have had incidents. I was, however, too eager to get on to care for them. Until the Tsarina Catherine comes into port, there will be no interest for me in anything in the wide world. Thank God Mina is well, and looks to be getting stronger. Her color is coming back. She sleeps a great deal. Throughout the journey, she slept nearly all the time. Before sunrise and sunset, however, she is very wakeful and alert, and it has become a habit for Van Helsing to hypnotize her at such times. At first, some effort was needed, and he had to make many passes, but now she seems to yield at once, as if by habit, and scarcely any action is needed. He seems to have power at these particular moments to simply will, and her thoughts obey him. He always asks her what she can see and hear. She answers to the first, "Nothing. All is dark." And to the second, "I can hear the waves lapping against the ship, and the water rushing by. Canvas and cordage strain, and masts and yards creak. Wind is high. I can hear it in the shrouds, and the bow throws back the foam." Yeah, the Mario credits is pretty damn good. It is evident that the Tsarina Catherine is still at sea, hastening on her way to Varna. Lord Godalming has just returned. He had 4 telegrams, one each day since we started, and all to the same effect, that the Tsarina Catherine had not been reported to Lloyd's from anywhere. He had arranged before leaving London that his agent should send him every day a telegram saying if the ship had been reported. He was to have a message even if she were not reported, so that he might be sure there was a watch being kept at the other end of the wire. We had dinner and went to bed early. Tomorrow we are to see the Vice-Consul, and to arrange if we can about getting on board the ship as soon as she arrives. Van Helsing says that our chance will be to get on the boat between sunrise and sunset. The Count, even if he takes the form of a bat, cannot cross the running water of his own volition, and so cannot leave the ship. As he dare not change to man's form without suspicion, which he evidently wishes to avoid, he must remain in his box. If, then, we can come on board after sunrise, he is at our mercy, for we can open the box and make sure of him as we did of poor Lucy before he wakes. What mercy he shall get from us will not count for much. We think that we shall not have much trouble with officials or the seamen. Oh, thank God this is the country where bribery can do anything. Yeah, man, that's any country! We are all well supplied with money. We have only to make sure that the ship cannot come into port between sunset and sunrise without our being warned, and we shall be safe. Judge Moneybag will settle this case, I think. Judge Moneybag, let's go! Hey, thank you, Inky Ghost, for that 37-month resub. Much appreciated. (16th of October). Mina's report was still the same. Lapping waves and rushing water, darkness and favoring winds. We are evidently in good time, and when we hear of the Tsarina Catherine, we shall be ready. As she must pass the Dardanelles, we are sure to have some report. 17th of October. Everything is pretty well fixed now, I think, to welcome the Count on his return from his tour. Godalming told the shippers that he fancied that the box sent aboard might contain something stolen from a friend of his, and got a half consent that he might open it at his own risk. The owner gave him a paper telling the captain to give him every facility in doing whatever he chose on board the ship, and also a similar authorization to his agent at Varna. We had seen the agent, who was much impressed with Godalming's kindly manner to him. We are all satisfied that whatever he can do to aid our wishes will be done. We've already arranged what to do in case we get the box open. Excuse me, I had a little hiccup. Where was I? Oh, there we go. If the Count is there, Van Helsing and Seaward will cut off his head at once and drive a stake through his heart. Morris and Godalming and I shall prevent interference, even if we have to use the arms that we shall have ready. If anyone tries to stop us from decapitating this weird box guy, well, I got a damn kukri, and we got some Winchesters or whatever. Or Smith & Wessons, I don't fucking remember which one they name-dropped. The professor says that if we can so treat the Count's body, it will, soon after, fall to dust. In such case, there would be no evidence against us, in case any suspicion of murder were aroused. But, even if it were not, we should stand or fall by our act, and perhaps someday this very script may be evidence to come between some of us and a rope. For myself, I should take the chance only too thankfully if it were to come. We mean to leave no stone unturned to carry out our intent. We've arranged with certain officials that the instant the Tsarina Catherine is seen, we are to be informed by a special messenger. 24th of October, the agonizing week-long wait. Yeah, it would be a little bit funny being one of the fellas working on this boat, and they're just like, alright, well, we heard news that this box, like, might have some stolen shit in it. Alright, they can come on board, whatever. Hey, that's a guy! Hey, what are you doing? Hey, what are you doing there? Hey! Ah. Hey, what are you doing? That's a guy and they're alive! Where'd he go? You cut his head off and he's damn gone! Man, who would believe you? Like, what if a weird guy came out of the box and someone you don't know walked on your ship and then killed him, and then the weird guy's body was gone? Like, they didn't take it away, it was just gone. What if this happened at whatever job you're working at right now? Would you quit? Would you take that as a sign to quit? What do you do? Like, what do you do? Another fucking Monday, I guess. Just one of those days. 24th of October. A whole week of waiting. Daily telegrams to Godalming, but only the same story, not yet reported. Mina's morning and evening hypnotic answer is unvaried. Lapping waves, rushing water, and creaking masts. Go write a book about it? Awesome. Telegram. October 24th. Rufus Smith, Lloyd's, London to Lord Godalming, care of HBM. Vice Consul, Varna.
Tsarina Catherine reported this morning from Dardanelle.
Alright. Here we go. Dr. Seward's diary. Hang on, I gotta turn the music up. Hang on, there's a problem with my headphones. It is only playing audio from the left track. I gotta replace these headphones one of these days. I'm not getting all the dues, and it's really important. So I'm gonna restart. Hang on. There we go. Alright.
25th of October. How I miss my phonograph. To write diary with a pen is irksome to me, but Van Helsing says I must. We were all wild with excitement yesterday when Godalming got his telegram from Lloyd's. I know now what men feel in battle when the call to action is heard. Mrs. Harker, alone of our party, did not show any signs of emotion. After all, it is not strange that she did not, but we took special care not to let her know anything about it, and we all tried not to show any excitement when we were in her presence. In old days, she would, I'm sure, have noticed, no matter how we might have tried to conceal it. But in this way, she is greatly changed during the past 3 weeks.
Oh no! No!
The lethargy grows upon her. And though she seems strong and well, and is getting back some of her color, Van Helsing and I are not satisfied. We talk of her often. We have not, however, said a word to the others. It would break poor Harker's heart, certainly his nerve, if he knew that we had even a suspicion on the subject. Van Helsing examines, he tells me, her teeth very carefully, whilst she is in the hypnotic condition. For he says that so long as they do not begin to sharpen, there is no active danger of a change in her. Or in Yoshi, I guess. As the Yoshi music starts. If this change should come, it would be necessary to take steps. We both know what those steps would have to be, though we do not mention our thoughts to each other. We should neither of us shrink from the task, awful though it be to contemplate. Euthanasia is an excellent and a comforting word. I'm grateful to whoever invented it. It is only about 24 hours sail from the Dardanelles to here, At the rate the Tsarina Catherine has come from London, she should therefore arrive sometime in the morning. But as she cannot possibly get in before then, we are all to retire early. We shall get up at 1 o'clock, so as to be ready. 25th of October, noon. No news yet of the ship's arrival. Mrs. Harker's hypnotic report this morning was the same as usual. So it is possible that we may get news at any moment.
Sorry, I saw a giant paragraph posted in my chat out of the corner of my eye, and it like grabbed my attention. I was like, what the fuck? Who's sending that? It was just the Yoshi. It was just the Yoshi command. It's just my fucking Yoshi paragraph that I wrote. I made that. I did that to myself. Man! You're all gonna learn so much about fucking Yoshi today, okay? You're not getting a choice in the matter. Let's turn the music down again. You could write a paragraph about swords if I like. No! I mean, I would like it, but not right now.
Another time.
I'm trying to read my damn book. Where the fuck was I? I lost my place! Okay, right, I just literally read the first line and that was it. Okay.
We men are all in a fever of excitement, except Harker, who is calm. His hands are cold as ice. An hour ago I found him whetting the edge of the great Gurkha knife which he now always carries with him. It will be a bad lookout for the Count if the edge of that kukri ever touches his throat, driven by that stern, ice-cold hand.
This motherfucker is like... I can't think about the possibility of my poor sweet wife succumbing to a Dracula illness. I have to only think about murder. All I can think about right now is murder. It's all I can think about is murder. I'm here on a business trip, motherfucker. Yeah, Seaward is gassing him up!
Like, damn, this dude is like a stone-cold killer now. It's kind of fucked up, but I suppose it's what we need right now.
Water.
Then Helsing and I were a little alarmed about Mrs. Harker today. About noon, she got into a sort of lethargy, which we did not like. Although we kept silence to the others, we were neither of us happy about it.
As the triumphant music plays, I guess.
She had been restless all the morning, so that we were at first glad to know that she was sleeping. When, however, her husband mentioned casually that she was sleeping so soundly that he could not wake her, we went to her room to see for ourselves. She was breathing naturally and looked so well and peaceful that we agreed that the sleep was better for her than anything else. Poor girl. She has so much to forget that it is no wonder that sleep, if it brings oblivion to her, does her good. Later, our opinion was justified. For when after a refreshing sleep of some hours she woke up, she seemed brighter and better than she had been for days. At sunset, she made the usual hypnotic report. Wherever he may be in the Black Sea, the Count is hurrying to his destination. To his doom, I trust. 26th of October. Another day, and no tidings of the Tsarina Catherine. She ought to be here by now. That she is still journeying somewhere is apparent, for Mrs. Harker's hypnotic report at sunrise was still the same. It is possible that the vessel may be lying by at times for fog. Some of the steamers which came in last evening reported patches of fog both to north and south of the port.
Uh-oh! Remember the last time a damn Dracula was on a boat and was causing a fog problem? Uh-oh!
We must continue our watching, as the ship may now be signaled any moment. 27th of October. Noon. Most strange. No news yet of the ship we wait for. Mrs. Harker reported last night and this morning as usual, lapping waves and rushing water.
This must have been agonizing to read through Dracula Daily. I wonder, genuinely, if anyone out there's, like, first experience with Dracula was Dracula Daily. I don't know if that's a great way to experience Dracula for the first time, given that, like, several swaths of it, like, in the beginning and middle, are, like, non-linear on purpose. But I don't know, I think there's something to be said for, like, someone experiencing a work of art in, like, a way that wasn't intended, you know? Like, it's like... I saw people talking about this at some point, you know, the whole, like, a lot of retro games were, like, you know, designed with the understanding that you would be reading the instruction manual, and the instruction manual would sometimes just have, like, straight-up walkthroughs for some bits, and, like, maps and stuff. Or, like, tell you, like, hey, here's, like, ways that you can, like, access a guide or call someone on the phone for assistance. And then, like, some people in the modern day will experience that sort of thing without any of that because they're emulating it or getting it used or something. And they don't have access to those things, or, like, the services that you could call into don't exist no more. And so they're like, oh, man, yeah, these games were so hard and so hardcore, and they really didn't hold your hand at all. And it's like, well, they did, but it was in the instruction manual that you're meant to read. And so people have this, like, entirely different experience and this entirely different conception of it. I don't know, stuff like that is cool. It's interesting. And it almost makes me wonder about, like, people experiencing, like, something like this in that order. Or, like, people experiencing fucking Star Wars, in, you know, quote-unquote chronological order instead of release order or whatever for, like, their first time with it or something. On purpose. Because they chose to. It's wild. This song has lyrics. I'm sorry, Hate Skulls. You're a great song, but you have singing and it's hard to talk over that. I don't know, it's just, it's a neat thing to think about. Makes you imagine a world where Dracula just shows up as a periodical in a weekly Shonen Jump. Yeah! I wonder if there's, like, any sort of, like, modern day stories that are, like, inspired by the format of Dracula and, like, want to, like, and, like, release it as, like, a serialized thing like that. I almost wonder. I always wonder. Serials were a popular story format? Yeah, I mean, I know that, but I don't mean, like, I wonder if people made serialized things. I mean, like, specifically of the format of, like, I don't know, it coming out at, like, weird different days and being like, alright, well, nothing today. Here's your, like, update on our serial for this week. It's 3 lines of text. Here's your update, like, for the next day. Webcomics, sorta? Yeah, but, like, I mean, it's not quite what I'm talking about, because webcomics are like, we're doing an update today. Not, we're doing an update and it's set today. You know? That's different. I suppose I maybe didn't make that part explicitly clear when I was explaining this thought, and just assumed it was implicit because I thought it in my own head. A certain webcomic did that. I'm gonna assume you're talking about Homestuck, because I still have that shit blacklisted, so people can't be annoying at me. But Homestuck didn't quite do that. Homestuck started on April 13th, like, in-universe and on the website. But it wasn't like, okay, every day we update, it's now a different day. That's different. I think that was done with some regularity in serialized French writing in the 1800s. Huh. Cool. It was the same day for over a year? Right, yeah. So it's, like, not quite what I'm talking about. And, like, to do a format like this on the regular, you would have to have done, like, an unfathomable workload ahead of time, sort of thing. And, like, or I don't know, right around the fact that some days you're just not gonna have updates, sort of thing. It's... I don't know. It's an interesting idea for like a format for a thing that you're like actively working on and publishing. It also sounds fucking miserable to make. You know? It would be undoable with a webcomic. I think it'd be undoable with like most formats. Unless you're like committing to doing super fucking short videos as a video thing. Like, that would be a ton of work to like, you know, film or edit or draw all that shit. I feel like it would have to be text. And even then, that'd still be, like, difficult, maybe miserable to do. It's just cool to think about, though, you know? Good only idea. Love making comics, and making comics is hell. So I've heard from people that like doing comics and do comics. The great part is that you're making a comic. The awful part is that you're making a comic. But to some degree, I suppose you can say that about lots of different artistic forms of expression, but certainly as like a storytelling medium, if you're trying to like make it in any sort of time frame, especially something like fucking webcomics, that sounds like, if you're trying to do updates like on the regular, that sounds like ball busting. Imagine someone doing that with NaNoWriMo and writing a novel entirely set over the course of a single November. That's a fun idea. That's a fun idea. That sounds hard, but it sounds like a fun idea. The only thing I hate more than making videos is not making videos. I feel that. I feel that. Making stuff is hard. And sometimes you're like going through the fucking muck doing it. Sometimes it's exhausting. But the alternative is not making it, you know? The alternative is you don't do it. Unfathomable. Unthinkable. You know what is thinkable? Going on break. It's about get up and stretch time. It's a little hot in this room, so I want to step out for a little bit. My poor air conditioner, I've had it running all day, and it won't go below 23 degrees. So I gotta get up and have a bit of a stretch for a bit, somewhere that's a little cooler. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Do the same for yourself. I'm just running ads for 3 minutes. You don't gotta sit here and be advertised to. Come back in 3. I'm back. It was not as cool in the rest of the house as I was hoping it would miraculously be. So it goes. Why the fuck are you talking about Red Lobster? What the hell that got to do with a damn Dracula? I'm reading Dracula. I got strawberries. Hold up, I gotta fix my headphones again. This has been a problem that I've been having for a while, where, it, like, I think the pin for the headphones got, like, bent at some point. And so, like, because of that, it, like, it's inconsistent about, like, sending the signal to both the left headphone and the right headphone. So I gotta fix that or replace that at some point. Realistically replace that, just because I don't know how to fix that myself and don't know anyone nearby that would. So it's a lot of adjusting this shit till it sounds like a clear signal from both ears. It's a little annoying, but at least I'm not spending money. You know? I'm gonna eat a delicious strawberry and see if it's also good. Oh, folks, you're not gonna believe this. It's good. Find a position where it works and glue it in place? No. Bad idea. What paragraph did I finish reading? I think I didn't do 26th of October yet? I think I didn't do that yet. Because I read To His Doom, I Trust. I remember that. I'll just start at 26th of October. It's fine. Worst comes to worst, if I read that paragraph twice, you can cry about it on your own, I guess.
26th of October. Another day, and no tidings of the Tsarina Catherine.
A whole month gone, and still no word. I'm certain she's all right.
She ought to be here by now. That she is still journeying somewhere is apparent, for Mrs. Harker's hypnotic report at sunrise was still the same. It is possible that the vessel may be lying by at times for fog. Some of the steamers which came in last evening reported patches of fog both to north and south of the port.
I did read this. Whatever. Go cry about it, I guess. My famous catchphrase that I'm always saying now.
We must continue our watching, as the ship may now be signaled at any moment.
Must be the fog that's keeping Godot? Oh, yeah, damn shame that. I'm sure it'll clear up any day now. In fact, I'm told by, like, sometime tonight it'll be cleared up and he'll be here tomorrow. That'll be great.
27th of October, noon. Most strange. No news yet of the ship we wait for. Mrs. Harker reported last night and this morning as usual, lapping waves and rushing water. Though she added that the waves were very faint. The telegram from London has been the same. The telegrams from London have been the same. No further report. Then Helsing is terribly anxious and told me just now that he fears the Count is escaping us. He added, significantly,
I do not like the lethargy of Madame Mina's. Souls and memories can do strange things during trance.
I was about to ask him more, but Harker just then came in. He held up a warning hand. We must try tonight at sunset to make her speak more fully when in her hypnotic state.
28th of October. Telegram. Rufus Smith, London. to Lord Godalming, care HBM Vice Consul, Varna. Tsarina Catherine reported entering Galatz at 1 o'clock today. Sorry, just a sec. I'm fiddling with my headphones again some more. Interrupting the damn stream. There we go. Okay, good enough. Okay, where was I? 28th of October. Dr. Seward's diary again. I'm gonna turn this down just a little bit. I have this fairly low. I'll turn it down a bit anyways, just because this is technically words happening, even if it's nonsense.
When the telegram came announcing the arrival in Galatz, I do not think it was such a shock to any of us as might have been expected. True, we did not know whence or how or when the bolt would come, but I think we all expected that something strange would happen. The delay of arrival at Varna made us individually satisfied that things would not be just as we had expected. We only waited to learn where the change would occur. Nonetheless, however, was it a surprise? Nonetheless, however, was it a surprise? I suppose that nature works on such a hopeful basis that we believe against ourselves that things will be as they ought to be, not as we should know that they will be. Transcendentalism is a beacon to the angels, even if it be a will-o-wisp to man. It was an odd experience, and we all took it differently. Van Helsing raised his hand over his head for a moment, as though in remonstrance with the Almighty, but he said not a word, and in a few seconds stood up with his face sternly set. Lord Godalming grew very pale and sat breathing heavily. I was myself half-stunned and looked in wonder at one after another. Quincy Morris tightened his belt with that quick movement which I knew so well. In our old wandering days, it meant action. Mrs. Harker grew ghastly white, so that the scar on her forehead seemed to burn, but she folded her hands meekly and looked up in prayer. Harker smiled. Actually smiled. The dark, bitter smile of one who is without hope. But at the same time, his action belied his words, for his hands instinctively sought the hilt of the great kukri knife and rested there.
When does the next train start for Galatz?
Said Van Helsing to us generally.
At 6:30 tomorrow morning.
We all started. The answer came from Mrs. Harker.
Which one is Art again? Is Art Lord Godalming? Or is... Because it's Quincy... Arthur Holmwood? When was the last time fucking Arthur Holmwood was mentioned? I forgot this motherfucker was a character. I feel like they haven't brought up Art in, like, ages. Am I just not remembering? Oh, he is Lord Godalming now. This shit's so confusing. Why isn't he Lord Holmwood? Fuck these rich dudes with a million names. I can't stand them. He inherited his father's title? Fuck his father. He's making that shit confusing for me. That motherfucker should come back to life and take it back. Fuck that. Fuck that. Also, hang on a sec. Once again, I am fiddling with my damn headphones. I'm gonna turn the music up a little bit so it's easier for me to hear how this shit is coming through. But I'm, like, holding... Because this is, like, a set of headphones with, like, a jack that has a volume switch on it that I can, like, turn up and down. And turning it up and down is, like, changing how the signal comes through. And so that's how I fiddle with it. And I think I get it right and I tell myself, okay, that's fine, I can hear fine now. And then I put it down and it immediately all shifts to the right ear again. At least the music is good. Okay. Well, once again, tell myself this should be good. I'm, like, super fucking sensitive to, audio, and, like, positional audio especially, where if, like, if there is, like, a very clear sort of, what's the word? What's the fucking word when, like, something is clearly not matching up with another thing? What's the fucking word? This is gonna haunt me until I can, like, remember. I think it starts with a D? Not desync. I guess dissonance. When there's, like, very specifically a dissonance between, like, where sound should be coming from and, like, what I'm actually hearing, it makes me feel fucking nauseous. Like, it makes my head hurt. It sucks. So when it's like, oh, all the audio is only coming through my right ear for something, it, like, makes me want to throw up, and, like, it's not good. I don't like it. So when my headphones are on the fritz, it's, not good, but also... that should cost money. You know? And I would like to get a decent set of headphones, and that costs money. Oh, that's enough bitching for now. I'm gonna say this is good enough and hope for the best. Alright.
How on earth do you know? Said Art.
You forget. Or perhaps you do not know. Though Jonathan does, and so does Dr. Van Helsing. That I am the train fiend. Mina Harker, the train pervert! Yes! Yes!
The train fiend has awoken! 1,000 years of steam engines upon you!
At home in Exeter, I always used to make up the timetable so as to be helpful to my husband. I found it so useful sometimes. I always make a study of the timetables now. I knew that if anything were to take us to Castle Dracula, we should go by Galatz, or at any rate through Bucharest, so I learned the times very carefully. Unhappily, there are not many to learn, as the only train tomorrow leaves as I say.
Wonderful woman,
murmured the professor.
Can't we get a special?
Asked Lord Godalming. Van Helsing shook his head.
I fear not. This land is very different from yours or mine. Even if we did have a special, it would probably not arrive as soon as our regular train. Moreover, we have something to prepare. We must think. Now let us organize. You, friend Arthur, go to the trade and get the tickets and arrange that all be ready for us to go in the morning. Do you, friend Jonathan, go to the agent of the ship and get from him letters to the agent in Galatz with authority to search the ship just as it was here. Maurice Quincy.
Why is he saying his name in that order? He's like saying it how like Western people say a Japanese person's name. Or like the opposite of that, I don't remember.
Maurice Quincy, you see the Vice-Consul, and get his aid with his fellow in Galatz and all he can do to make our way smooth, so that no times be lost when over the Danube. John will stay with Madam Mina and we shall consult. For so if time be long, you may be delayed, and it will not matter when the sun set, since I am here with Madam to make report.
And I,
said Mrs. Harker brightly, and more like her old self than she had been for many a long day.
shall try to be of use in all ways, and shall think and write for you as I used to. Something is shifting from me in some strange way, and I feel freer than I have been of late.
The three younger men looked happier at the moment than they seemed to realize, as they seemed to realize the significance of her words. But Van Helsing and I, turning to each other, met each a grave and troubled glance. We said nothing at the time, however. When the three men had gone out to their tasks, Van Helsing asked Mrs. Harker to look up the copy of the diaries and find the part of Harker's journal at the castle. She went away to get it. When the door was shut upon her, he said to me,
"We mean the same. Speak out."
"There is some change. It is a hope that makes me sick. It is a hope that makes me sick, for it may deceive us."
"Quite so. Do you know why I asked her to get the manuscript?"
"No," said I, "unless it was to get an opportunity of seeing me alone."
"You are in part right, friend John, but only in part. I want to tell you something. And my friend, I am taking a terrible risk. But I believe it is right. In the moment when Madame Mina said those words that arrest both our understanding, an inspiration came to me. In the trance of 3 days ago, the Count sent her spirit to read her mind. Or more like he took her to see him in his earth box in the ship with water rushing. Just as it go free, it rise and set of sun.
This song has lyrics, so I had to skip it. Sorry, Sayonara Wild Hearts, I love your music. Now we listen to Kirby. Here we are.
He learned then that we are here, for she have more to tell in her open life with eyes to see and ears to hear than he, shut as he is, in his coffin box. Now he make his most effort to escape us. At present, he wants her not. He is sure with his so great knowledge that she will come at his call, but he cut her off. Take her as he can do, out of his own power, that so she come not to him. There I have hope that her man-brains, that have been of man so long, and that have not lost the grace of God, will come higher than his child-brain that lie in his tomb for centuries, that grow not yet to our stature, and that do only work selfish and therefore small. Here comes Madame Mina, not a word to her of her trance. She knows it not. And it would overwhelm her and make despair just when we want all her hope, all her courage, when most we want all her great brain, which is trained like man's brain, but is of sweet woman and have a special power which the Count give her, and which he may not yet take away altogether, though he think not so. Hush! Let me speak, and you shall learn. Oh, John, my friend, we are in awful straits. I fear as I never feared before. We can only trust the good God. Silence. Here she comes.
I thought that the professor was going to break down and have hysterics, just as he had when Lucy died. But with a great effort, he controlled himself and was at perfect nervous poise when Mrs. Harker tripped into the room, bright and happy looking, and in the doing of work, seeming forgetful of her misery.
I'm eating strawberry, hang on a sec. It was needed badly. Good strawberry. Looking forward to Frankenstein, hoping I try Moby Dick someday. Moby Dick is a book that I remember liking a lot when I read years ago. Maybe I'll read it on stream. It's probably a book that maybe a little more than Dracula did would require a lot of, hey, this book contains a lot of the time period racism. But I think it's a neat book. Boy, does it! Remember your brother getting mad about Moby Dick because of how little the whale was in it? Moby Dick is not about Moby Dick. It's about a bunch of stupid gay men on a boat together. Because that's the only place they can be. Where was I? Right. Forgetful of her misery.
As she came in, she handed a number of sheets of typewriting to Van Helsing. He looked over them gravely, his face brightening up as he read.
Toxic yaoi. This is a pet peeve of mine. I fucking hate calling things that aren't like, you know, Japanese cartoons or comics, anime or manga. Like, there's other words for when things are gay. This is like a specific genre of thing. That's different. That's different. I know people are using it as like a meme thing and not literally saying yes. It's like this entire convention of literature, but it irks me. It's different. It's different. Where was I? Typewriting to Van Helsing.
He looked over them gravely, his face brightening up as he read. Then, holding the pages between his finger and thumb, he said,
"Oh, friend John, to you with so much of experience already, and you too, dear Madam Mina, that are young, here is a lesson. Do not fear ever to think. A half-thought has been buzzing often in my brain, but I fear to let him loose his wings. Here now, with more knowledge, I go back to where that half-thought come from, and I find that he be no half-thought at all. That be a whole thought, though so young that he's not yet strong to use his little wings. Nay, like the ugly duck of my friend Hans Andersen, he be no duck thought at all, but a big swan thought. That sail nobly on big wings."
I love having swan thoughts and swan ideas. My swan thoughts. I lost my place laughing about swan thoughts.
But a big swan thought that sails nobly on big wings, when the time come for him to try them. See, I read here what Jonathan have written. That other of his race who, in a later age, again and again, brought his forces over the great river into Turkey land, who, when he was beaten back, came again and again and again, though he had to come alone from the bloody field where his troops were being slaughtered, since he knew that he alone could ultimately triumph. What does this tell us? Not much? No.
Van Helsing is such a weirdo. The way he talks and the specificity with which he wields the English language like a fucking chisel in one hand and a sledgehammer in the other. It is amazing. Like, his voice in this book is fucking awesome. And I love that we never get his thoughts and internality. We get what he says and does. And it's only ever from the perspective of everyone else. And, like, this is something that I'm sure other people have noticed and talked about through years and years of people studying and talking about this fucking book. But, like, there are so many interesting parallels between him and Dracula. Both as, like, the weird esoteric foreigner with, like, more knowledge and power than they really let on. Van Helsing is like if Dracula was a nice guy instead. Absolutely the guy he intends to be at all times. He is in complete control of being Van Helsing. That's a very apt way of putting that, and I really like that. Probably no coincidence how much Van Helsing shaped the vampire hunter archetype. Right, yeah, and like, I don't know. Not just in Dracula itself. But, like, in fiction in general, there's something to be said about how the hunter is the monster. You know? Gesturing to that stage play adaptation where Van Helsing and Dracula are played by the same actor, I still fucking love that shit. I still love that shit. That's awesome. The Dracula Unleashed FMV game. That's awesome. I'm gonna look into that at some point. Okay. Back to this paragraph. It's a big one. Let's start it from the top then.
What does this tell us? Not much? No! The Count's child thoughts see nothing, therefore he speaks so free. Your man thoughts see nothing. My man thoughts see nothing till just now. No! But there comes another word from someone who speak without thought, because she too know not what it mean, what it might mean. Just as there are elements which rest, yet when in nature's course they move on their way and they touch, then poof! And there comes a flash of light, heaven-wide, to blind and kill and destroy some, but that show up all earth below for leagues and leagues. Is it not so? Well, I shall explain. To begin, have you ever studied the philosophy of crime?
Van Helsing would be fucking awesome and fit perfectly either as, like, a side character in a David Lynch joint, or as, like, a major supporting character in a sweary game. This is a deadly premonition, motherfucker.
Yes and no. You, John, yes, for it is a study of insanity. You know, Madam Mina, for crime touch you not but once. Still, your mind works true and argues not a particulari ad universale. There is this peculiarity in criminals. It is so constant, in all countries and all times, that even police, who know not much from philosophy, come to know it empirically that it is. That is to be empiric. The criminal always work at one crime. That is the true criminal, who seems predestinate to crime, and who will of none other. This criminal has not full man brain. He is clever and cunning and resourceful, but he be not of man stature as to brain. He be of child brain in much.
What are you talking about, man?
Now this criminal of ours is predestined to crime also. He too have child brain, and it is of the child to do what he have done. The little bird, the little fish, the little animal learn not by principle but empirically. And when he learn to do, then there is to him the ground to start from to do more. Dos posto, says Archimedes. Give me a fulcrum, and I will move the world. To do so, to do once, is the fulcrum whereby child brain become man brain. And until he have the purpose to do more, he continue to do the same again every time, just as he have done before. Oh, my dear, I see that your eyes are opened, and that to you the lightning flash show all the leagues.
Poor Mrs. Harker began to clap her hands and her eyes sparkled.
Obsessed with him saying man brain and child brain so much. It's very funny. I'm admittedly having a bit of a hard time parsing what he's trying to say here. Other than, well, clearly the criminal is always driven to commit the crime. And so because of that, they can't resist a delicious crime. If we put a big, steaming, fresh plate of crime right at the bottom of a pizza box trap, it's going to work. Because children love crime. I guess it's not really that he's saying children love crime, and more that, oh, these people that are, like, frequently recommitting these, like, pathologic crimes are, like, single-minded in their focus like a child can be without considering, like, the greater world around them. But also, this was written in, like, the fucking 1800s, and they talked about some dumb phrenology shit earlier in the book. So, like... He does seem to differentiate between criminal who does it because they're desperate and criminal who does it because they are the criminal. Right. But also, it's funny that he's coaching it in the language of, you know, the popular science of the time in this sort of Anglosphere. The white Anglosphere. I guess not even necessarily just the Anglosphere. I'm sorry, I keep eating these delicious crime strawberries. They're good. Anyways, Mrs. Harker began to clap her hands like a seal, and she was so excited.
He went on.
Now you shall speak. Tell us, two dry men of science, what you see with those so bright eyes.
Who the fuck has a big strawberry emote? Oh, of course it's Carrarium. That's the gal what speedruns a lot of Celeste. I know her. Not personally, but I know of her. Bowie.
Now you shall speak. Tell us, two dry men of science, what you see with those so bright eyes.
He took her hand and held it whilst he spoke. His finger and thumb closed on her pulse, as I thought instinctively and unconsciously. As she spoke,
The Count is a criminal, and of criminal type. Nordo and Lombroso would so classify him, and but she's saying that. And qua criminal he is of imperfectly formed mind. Thus, in a difficulty he has to seek resource in habit. His past is a clue, and the one page of it that we know, and that from his own lips, tells that once before, when in what Mr. Morris would call a tight place, he went back to his own country from the land he had tried to invade, and thence, without losing purpose, prepared himself for a new effort. He came again better equipped for his work, and won. So he came to London to invade a new land. He was beaten, and when all hope of success was lost and his existence in danger, he fled back over the sea to his home, just as formerly he had fled back over the Danube from Turkey land. Reminded that Freud was contemporary to this book, but don't know if his theories were widely known at the time. And hell, Freud's fucking widely known to this day, and a bunch of people still quote his shit, even if a bunch of it is kind of bunk. You know? That's pop science and psychology for you. Sometimes some shit sticks around in the brains of people because they heard a bunch of folks tell them, yeah, this is the way that people see the world. And they were like, oh, okay. That's cool, that makes sense. And then it wasn't. And they gotta reconcile with that. That's not what this book is about. Not entirely. I'm eating another strawberry. I keep forgetting that I'm doing a stream. I keep forgetting that I'm actively out here streaming, and I'm just, like, looking at my bowl of strawberries, and I'm like, oh, fuck. I could eat another strawberry. I could have another strawberry right now. And then I do. Like, while I'm fucking talking still.
Good. Oh, you so clever lady,
said Van Helsing enthusiastically as he stooped and kissed her hand. A moment later, he said to me, as calmly as though we had been having a sickroom consultation,
72 only. And in all this excitement, I have hope.
Turning to her again, he said with keen expectation,
Oh, but go on. There is more to tell if you will. Be not afraid. John and I know. I do in any case, and shall tell you if you are right. Speak, without fear.
Mention it because child brain and adult brain sound similar to ego and superego. You know? Kind of, I suppose. from what little bits I half remember about Freud. The little bits I half remember about Freud, because we did like a presentation on him in high school, and like the people I was doing it with at the time, even we thought it was kind of bunk. So like to our fucking selves, we kept making jokes about Freud being like, "Yeah, see, you look at the cigar here that I have, it's like a big old penis, see? I love putting that stuff in my mouth, see? That's just how the brain works." That's not what he sounded like. Put a big old penis in my mouth and smoke it. See? That's who Freud is to me, in my brain, in my memory. That is the lasting memory of Freud to me. Weird how we got disclaimers about none of Freud being real, but we had to learn it anyways. We didn't get that shit! We didn't get disclaimers when I was in high school, like, oh, a lot of what he proposed was like dog shit. It was, alright, well, let's do a little bit of research on Sigmund Freud and his theories. Not really saying any one way or another anything about, like, the quality of his research or, like, how he was as a person or a doctor. Just, alright, it's time for you guys to present this, and it was just kind of like, this motherfucker. This fucking guy. Anyways, I don't know, I like nearing the end of the book, and like, the way that, like, this is maybe reaching a little bit, but the way that, like, Van Helsing is talking and, like, encouraging Mina, I feel like a little bit almost mirrors, Dracula at the beginning being like, come into my house entirely of your own accord without any problem or strife, without any being, strong-armed into it, is Van Helsing being like, yes, tell me your thoughts, tell me your ideas without, like, fear or without, like, feeling like we're forcing it out of you. Tell us what you think, because we want to hear from you. It's like, I don't know, it feels like a weird mirror of what he was doing at the start. Come into our life and our world and our plans to destroy a Dracula, of your own volition, without us stopping you. Or yanking you in. It's cool. A lot of psychology studies sprung up from people who wanted to and did prove Freud wrong. Awesome. You know, it is fun to think sometimes, like, how many modern-day, foundational, still, like, currently believed, fields of, like, scientific study are just, like, complete bunk, or will we realize someday are a complete bunk? I mean, that's just kind of the nature of science, is going, okay, here's our best understanding of the truth, rather than going, oh, here's definitely the truth. Here is the concrete how things are. It's less that and more, let's try and understand it. And so, understand, exchange, and shift over time. Evolutionary psychology. What is that? I've never heard of that. That's an entire separate tangent. I got a damn book to finish! I'm seeing a lot of, oh man, fuck Eva psych, so that's exciting. You can post about that in the Discord and I can horror about it later. I'm trying to read a book. The way people think has to do with how we evolved is the simple description, which in a lot of cases means bio-truths. Anyways, Mina Harker. I will try to, but you will forgive me if I seem egotistical.
Nay, fear not. You must be egotist, for it is of you that we think.
Listen, I don't want you to think that I'm full of myself.
Girl, you gotta be full of yourself. Come on!
Then, as he is a criminal, he is selfish. And as his intellect is small and his action is based on selfishness, he confines himself to one purpose. That purpose is remorseless. As he fled back over the Danube, leaving his forces to be cut to pieces, so now is he intent on being safe, careless of all. So his own selfishness frees my soul somewhat from the terrible power which he acquired over me on that dreadful night. I felt it! Oh, I felt it! Thank God for his great mercy! My soul is freer than it has been since that awful hour, and all that haunts me is a fear lest in some trance or dream he may have used my knowledge for his ends.
The professor stood up.
He has so used your mind, and by it he has left us here in Varna, whilst the ship that carried him rushed through enveloping fog up to Galatz, where doubtless he had made preparation for escaping from us. But his child mind only saw so far, and it may be that even as ever is in God's providence, the very thing that the evildoer most reckoned on for his selfish good, turns out to be his chiefest harm. The hunter is taken in his own snare, as the great psalmist says. Or now that he think he is free from every trace of us all, and that he has escaped to us with so many hours to him, then his selfish child brain will whisper him to sleep. Ye think, too, that as he cut himself off from knowing your mind, there can be no knowledge of him to you. There is where he failed. That terrible baptism of blood which he give you makes you free to go to him in his spirit, as you have yet done in your times of freedom, when the sun rise and set. At such times you go by my volition and not by his, and this power to good of you and others, as you have won from your suffering at his hands. This is now all the more precious that he know it not, and to God himself have even cut himself off from his knowledge of our where. We, however, are not selfish, and we believe that God is with us through all this blackness and these many dark hours. We shall follow him, and we shall not flinch, even if we peril ourselves and we become like him. Friend John, this has been a great hour, and it have done so much to advance us on our way. You must be scribe and write him all down, so that when the others return from their work you can give it to them. Then they shall know as we do.
And so I have written it whilst we wait their return. And Mrs. Harker has written with her typewriter, all since she has brought the MS to us.
Chapter 26. 2 more chapters to go. Dr. Seward's diary again. I really like the whole, like again, talking about, like, Van Helsing feeling like a mirror to Dracula. Being like, yeah, this, like, awful thing that he's thrust upon you. No. Through, like, my hypnosis, through my power, this is your blessing and his curse now. It is yours to, like, wrest away from him and wield as you will. No, I like that. It's cool. I really like who and how Dr. Van Helsing is in this book. You've got Dracula with, like, all this horrible Dracula power. He's gonna suck you, he's gonna mind freak you, and it's all for his own gain. Because it's what he wants. He's the big Ponzi rich dude who wants everything for himself. And Van Helsing is like, alright, I've got my weirdo dude powers in Esoterica. And that's all for you. That's all for you. That's not for me or my own gain. My own gain is seeing that you don't have to deal with shitheads like this no more. This is for you. I don't know, it's cool. Van Helsing, cool. Pretty soon, he's gonna show us his famous spin dash attack.
It's quite cool. 29th of October. This is written in the train from Varna to Galatz. Last night we assembled a little before the time of sunset. Last night... I want to read that again. That was weird intonation. Last night we all assembled a little before the time of sunset. Each of us had done his work as well as he could. So far as thought, and endeavor and opportunity go, we are prepared for the whole of our journey, and for our work when we get to Galatz.
I hope I'm pronouncing that right.
When the usual time came round, Mrs. Harker prepared herself for her hypnotic effort. And after a longer and more serious effort on the part of Van Helsing than has been usually necessary, she sank into the trance. Usually she speaks on a hint, but this time the professor had to ask her questions, and to ask them pretty resolutely before we could learn anything. At last her answer came.
I can see nothing. We are still, there are no waves lapping, but only a steady swirl of water softly running along the hall, sir. I can hear men's voices calling, near and far, and the roll and creak of oars in the rowlocks. A gun is fired somewhere, the echo of it seems far away. There's trampling of feet overhead, and ropes and chains are dragged along. Oh, what is this? There's a gleam of light. I can feel the air blowing upon me.
Here she stopped. She had risen, as if impulsively, from where she lay on the sofa, and raised both her hands, palms upward as if lifting a weight. Van Helsing and I looked at each other with understanding. Quincy raised his eyebrows slightly, and looked at her intently, whilst Harker's hand instinctively closed round the hilt of his kukri. There was a long pause. We all knew that the time when she could speak was passing. We felt that it was useless to say anything. Suddenly she sat up, and she opened her eyes, and, as she opened her eyes, said sweetly,
Would none of you like a cup of tea? Oh, you must all be so tired.
We could only make her happy, and so acquiesced. She bustled off to get tea. When she had gone, Van Helsing said,
You see, my friends, he is close to land. He has left his earth chest, but he has yet to get on shore. In the night he may lie hidden somewhere, but if he be not carried on shore, or if the ship do not touch it, he cannot achieve the land. In such case he can, if it be in the night, change his form and can jump or fly on shore as he did at Whitby. But if the day come before he get on shore, then, unless he be carried, he cannot escape. And if he be carried, then the customs men may discover what the box contain. Thus, in fine, if he escape not on shore tonight or before dawn, there will be the whole day lost to him. We may then arrive in time, for if he escape not all night, we shall come on him in daytime.
Foul.
Boxed up and at our mercy, for he dare not be his true self awake and visible, lest he be discovered.
There was no more to be said, so we waited in patience until the dawn, at which time we might learn more from Mrs. Harker.
Boxed up on a Wednesday evening? Yeah, and soon the boys are gonna come on over, you know? You know how it is. Wild night over by the shore. Something smells. Penis! Ah! I'm eating another strawberry.
Early this morning, we listened with breathless anxiety for her response in her trance. The hypnotic stage was even longer in coming than before, and when it came, the time remaining until full sunrise was so short that we began to despair. Van Helsing seemed to throw his whole soul into the effort. At last, in obedience to his will, she made reply.
All is dark. I hear lapping water level with me, and some creaking as of wood on wood.
She paused, and the red sun shot up. We must wait till tonight. And so it is that we are traveling towards Galatz in an agony of expectation. We are due to arrive between 2 and 3 in the morning, but already at Bucharest we are 3 hours late, and we cannot possibly get in till well after sunup. Thus, we shall have 2 more hypnotic messages from Mrs. Harker. Either or both may possibly throw more light on what is happening.
Wood on wood, eh?
I get it.
Later. Sunset has come and gone. Fortunately, it came at a time when there was no distraction. Or had it occurred whilst we were at a station, we might not have secured the necessary calm and isolation. Mrs. Harker yielded to the hypnotic influence even less readily than this morning. I am in fear that her power of reading the Count's sensations may die away just when we want it most. It seems to me that her imagination is beginning to work. While she has been in the trance hitherto, she has confused herself to the simplest of facts. If this goes on, it may ultimately mislead us. If I thought that the Count's power over her would die away equally with her power of knowledge, it would be a happy thought. But I am afraid it may not be so. When she did speak, her words were enigmatical.
Something is going out. I can feel it pass me like a cold wind. I can hear, far off, confused sounds, as of men talking in strange tongues, fierce falling water, and the howling of wolves.
She stopped, and a shudder ran through her, increasing in intensity for a few seconds, till at the end she shook as though in a palsy. She said no more, even in answer to the professor's imperative questioning. When she woke up from the trance, she was cold, and exhausted, and languid. Her mind was all alert. She could not remember anything, but asked what she had said. When she was told, she pondered over it deeply, for a long time, and in silence.
Who, buddy? Uh-oh. My damn Dracula radar is wearing off. You know what else is wearing off? I don't know how to continue this segue. It's break time. I gotta get a stretch. I need to get more fucking water to drink. Get up, have a stretch, look away from your computer for a bit, because we've been staring at the screen for a while, and I'm just running ads for 3 minutes. You don't need to watch those. Certainly hope you don't want to, at least. We'll be back in 3 minutes. And I want it on record. I do want it on record that I did just eat a little spoonful of peanut butter. Hi, everyone. Is it weird that these streams have made a connection in your mind between Donkey Kong Country and Dracula? Those are basically the same game. Game? Story. Those are basically the same thing. Hiccups? No, I just wanted a little spoonful of peanut butter. I just really wanted to eat a little spoonful of peanut butter. What is an ape? A miserable little horde of bananas. Easy. But enough talk. Have at ye. Excuse me, Jesus. Let me drink more of my damn water. Here we are. It is the 30th of October. Happy, Halloween is the 31 days of October? 30 days has September, April, June, and November. Okay, we're right before Halloween. We're right before Halloween. I think the talk sprite thing that I'm using is picking up the sound of my air conditioner, but that's fine. You'll just see the little image of me with its mouth open instead of when it's closed all the time, because I'm not turning that shit off. It's hot. If you got a problem with it, I don't know how to help you. No one does.
30th of October, 7 a.m. We are near Galatz now, and I may not have time to write later. Sunrise this morning was anxiously looked for by us all. Knowing of the increasing difficulty of procuring the hypnotic trance, Van Helsing began his passes earlier than usual. They produced no effect, however, until the regular time, when she yielded with a still greater difficulty only a minute before the sun rose. The professor lost no time in questioning her Her answers came with equal quickness.
All is dark. I hear water swirling by, level with my ears, and the creaking of wood on wood. Cattle low far off. There was another sound. A queer one, like...
She stopped and grew white. And whiter still.
Go on! Speak! I command you!
Said Van Helsing in an agonized voice. At the same time, there was despair in his eyes. For the risen sun was reddening even Mrs. Harker's pale face. She opened her eyes, and we all started as she said, sweetly and seemingly with the utmost concern,
Oh, Professor, why ask me to do what you know I can't? You don't remember anything?
Then, seeing the look of amazement on our faces, she said, turning from one to the other with a troubled look,
What have I said? What have I done? I know nothing, only that I was lying here, half asleep, and heard you say, Go on, speak, I command you. Oh, it seems so funny to hear you order me about, as if I were a bad child.
Oh, Madam Mina,
he said, sadly.
It is proof, if proof be needed, of how I love and honor you. When a word for your good spoken more earnest than ever can seem so strange, because it is to order who I am proud to obey.
The whistles are sounding. We are nearing Galatz. We are on fire with anxiety and eagerness.
Hey, Mina Harker's journal. For a bit.
30th of October. Mr. Morris took me to the hotel where our rooms have been ordered by telegraph. He being the one who could best be spared, since he does not speak any foreign language. The forces were distributed much as they had been at Varna, except that Lord Godalming went to the vice-consul, as his rank might serve as immediate guarantee of some sort to the official, we being in extreme hurry. Jonathan and the two doctors went to the shipping agent to learn the particulars of the arrival of these Irina Catherine. Sometimes anxiety does sound like DKC orchestra hits. Sometimes it does sound like theme song of Funky Kong when you're having an episode. I've been there. I don't like being there, but I've been there. Later, Lord Godalming has returned. The consul is away, and the vice-consul sick, so the routine work has been attended to by a clerk. He was very obliging, and offered to do anything in his power.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, they're damn sick.
Probably just a coincidence, right? Right? It's not like there's a Dracula epidemic or anything, right? Right? Jonathan Harker's journal. Alright, now this is some Jonathan Harker music.
30th of October. At 9 o'clock, Dr. Van Helsing, Dr. Siebert, and I called on Messrs. Mackenzie and Steinkopf, the agents of the London firm of Hapgood.
I thought that said Hagpood. I thought this motherfucker was named Hagpood. That would have been awesome. Man, we can't have nothing good in this life, can we?
They had received a wire from London in answer to Lord Godalming's telegraphed request, asking us to show them any civility in their power. They were more than kind and courteous, and took us at once on board the Tsarina Catherine, which lay at anchor out in the river harbor. There we saw the captain, Donaldson by name, who told us of his voyage. He said that in all his life he had never had so favorable a run.
Oh, man,
He said,
but it made us afeard, for we expected that we should have to pay for it with some rare piece of ill luck, so as to keep up the average. Oh, it's not canny to run frae London to the Black Sea with a wind ahint ye, as though the devil himself were blowing on your sail for his own purpose. And at the time we could no speer a thing. Gin we were nigh a ship or a port or a headland, the fog fell on us and travelled with us, till when after it lifted and we looked out, the deal of thing we could see. We ran by Gibraltar, without being able to signal, until we came to the Dardanelles and we had to wait to get our permit to pass. We never were within ale alright. First I inclined to slack off sail and beat about till the fog was lifted.
You were gonna beat about, huh?
But whiles I thought that if the deal was minded to get us into the Black Sea quick, he was like to do it whether we would or no. If we had a quick voyage, it would be no to our miscredit with the owners, or no hurt to our traffic, and the old man who had served his own purpose would be decently grateful to us for no hindering him.
this mixture of simplicity and cunning, of superstition and commercial reasoning aroused Van Helsing, who said,
"Mine friend, that devil is more clever than he is thought by some, and he know when he meet his match."
The skipper was not displeased with the comment and went on.
Oh, when we got past the Bosphorus, the men began to grumble, some of them. The Romanians came and asked me to heave overboard a big box which had been put on board by a queer-looking old man just before we started for London. I'd seen him spear at the fellow and put out their 12 fingers when they saw him to guard against the evil eye. Oh, man, but the superstition of foreigners is perfectly ridiculous. I sent them about their business pretty quick, but just as after the fog closed in on us, I thought a wee bit as they did and it's something. I wouldn't say it was again the big box. Well, on we went, and as the fog didn't let up for 5 days, I just let the wind carry us, for if the deal wanted to get somewheres, well, he'd fetch it up or eat. And if he didn't, well, we'd keep a sharp lookout anyhow. Sure enough, we had a fair way and deep water all the time, and 2 days ago, when the morning sun came through the fog, we found ourselves just in the river outside Galatz.
I'm realizing now this is maybe not meant to be like this kind of accent, and it's more of like some kind of brogue.
But I've already committed to doing this, so, well, fucking whatever. I don't... I don't have as much confidence in myself trying to do a brogue.
Well, the Romanians were wild and wanted me right or wrong to take out that box and fling it in the river. I had to argue with him about it with a handspike. And when the last of him rose off the deck with his head in his hand, I'd convinced him that evil eye or no evil eye, your property and the trust of my owners were better in my hands than in the River Danube. And they had mind to taking the box on the deck ready to fling in. And as it was marked Galatz via Varna, I thought I'd let it lie till we discharged in the port and get rid of it all together. We didn't do much clearing that day and had to remain the night at anchor. But in the morning, bright and early, an hour before sun-up, a man came aboard with an order, written to him from England to receive a box marked for one Count Dracula. Sure enough, the matter was one ready to his hand. He had the papers all right, and glad I was to be rid of the damn thing. For I was beginning myself to feel uneasy at it. If the devil did have any luggage aboard the ship, I'm thinking it was none other than that same. What was the name of the man who took it?
asked Van Helsing.
Sorry, this is Jonathan Harker. I'm getting the wires crossed. Asked Dr. Van Helsing with restrained eagerness.
I'll be telling you quick,
he answered, and stepping down to his cabin, produced a receipt signed Emanuel Hildesheim. Bergenstrasse 16 was the address. We found out that this was all the captain knew, so with thanks we came away. We found Hildesheim in his office, a Hebrew of rather the Adelphi theatre type, with a nose like a sheep and a fez. His arguments were pointed with specie, we doing the punctuation, and with a little bargaining he told us what he knew. This turned out to be simple but important. He had received a letter from Mr. DeVille of London. I forgot about Mr. DeVille of London! Telling him to receive, if possible, before sunrise so as to avoid customs, a box which would arrive at Galatz in the Tsarina Catherine. This he was to give in charge to a certain Petrov Stinsky, who dealt with the Slovaks who traded down the river to the port. He had been paid for his work by an English banknote, which had been duly cashed for gold at the Danube International Bank. When Stinsky had come to him, he had taken him to the ship and handed over the box so as to save porterage. That was all he knew. We then sought for Stinsky, but were unable to find him. One of his neighbors, who did not seem to bear him any affection, said that he had gone away 2 days before. No one knew whither. This was corroborated by his landlord, who had received by messenger the key of the house together with the rent due, in English money. This had been between 10 and 11 o'clock last night. We were at a standstill again. Whilst we were talking, one came running and breathlessly gasped out that the body of Stinsky had been found inside the wall of the churchyard of St. Peter, and that the throat had been torn open as if by some wild animal. Those we had been speaking with ran off to see the horror, the women crying out, "This is the work of a Slovak!" We hurried away, lest we should have been in some way drawn into the affair, and so detained. It sounds like someone got damn Dracula sucked. Uh-oh! As we came home, we could arrive at no definite conclusion. We were all convinced that the box was on its way by water to somewhere. But where that might be, we would have to discover. With heavy hearts, we came home to the hotel to Mina. When we met together, the first thing was to consult as to taking Mina again out. But, let me take that again. When we met together, the first thing was to consult as to taking Mina again into our confidence. Things are getting desperate. And it is at least a chance, though a hazardous one. As a preliminary step, I was released from my promise to her. Mina Harker's Journal. 30th of October. Evening.
They were so tired and worn out and dispirited that there was nothing to be done till they had some rest. So I asked them all to lie down for half an hour whilst I should enter everything up to the moment.
Amused by somebody finding the body and immediately being racist about it?
Yup.
This must be the work of the foreigner.
I wonder if this book is saying anything about that in general. Or trying to say anything about it. Efficacy of the conversation, I suppose, to be debated.
I feel so grateful to the man who invented the traveler's typewriter, and to Mr. Morris for getting this one for me. I should have felt quite astray doing the work if I had to write with a pen. It is all done. Poor dear, dear Jonathan. What he must have suffered, what he must be suffering now. He lies on the sofa, hardly seeming to breathe, and his whole body appears in collapse. His brows are knit, his face is drawn with pain. Poor fellow. Maybe he's thinking. I can see his face all wrinkled up with the concentration of his thoughts. Oh, if I could only help at all. I shall do what I can. I've asked Dr. Van Helsing, and he has got me all the papers that I have not yet seen. Whilst they're resting, I shall go over all carefully, and perhaps I may arrive at some conclusion. I shall try to follow the professor's example, and think without prejudice on the facts before me. I do believe that under God's providence that I have made a discovery. I shall get the maps and look over them. I am more than ever sure that I am right. My new conclusion is ready, so I shall get our party together and read it. They can judge it. It is well to be accurate. Every minute is precious.
See, they let Mina in on this again, and she is fucking immediately like,
I've got it. Relax. I'll handle it.
I am the angry train freak. She arrives with a sense of purpose, etc., etc. I don't remember the rest of that fucking video. The head is soaring. Give your train freak a little more trust, why don't you? I mean, at least in this part of the book, it is very much in part because Mina herself admits, yeah, if there's a damn Dracula in my brain, then they can, like... he can Dracula my thoughts. And so I don't want to be, you know, the reason why everything is fucked up. And so now they're desperate, and so they're like, we're desperate. We need anything. Mina Harker, we're desperate. And she's like, okay, if you think it's worth the risk, I'm the genius, I'm the train freak. Mina Harker's memorandum. Entered in her journal. Ground of inquiry. Count Dracula's problem is to get back to his own place. A. He must be brought back by someone. This is evident, for had he power to move himself as he wished, he could go either as man, or wolf, or bat, or in some other way. He evidently fears discovery or interference, in the state of helplessness in which he must be, confined as he is between dawn and sunset in his wooden box. B. How is he to be taken? Here a process of exclusions may help us. By road, by rail, or by water? Number 1, by road. There are endless difficulties, especially in leaving the city. X, there are people, and people are curious and investigate. A hint, a surmise, a doubt as to what might be in the box would destroy him. Y, there are, or there may be, customs and octroi officers to pass. Z, his pursuers might follow. This is his highest fear, and in order to prevent his being betrayed, he has repelled, so far as he can, even his victim. Me. If Mina never got Dracula's curse, Dracula would be in hell 3 chapters ago. Dracula would be a very short book if Mina Harker didn't get a damn Dracula curse, but, like, that's not what the book is about. You know?
Number 2, by rail. With no one in charge of the box, it would have to take its chance of being delayed, and delay would be fatal with enemies on track. True, he might escape at night, but what would he be if left in a strange place with no refuge that he could fly to? This is not what he intends, and he does not mean to risk it. Number 3, by water. Here is the safest way in one respect, but with most danger in another. On the water, he is powerless except at night. Even then, he can only summon fog and storm and snow in his wolves. But were he wrecked, the living water would engulf him helpless, and he would indeed be lost. He could have the vessel drive to land, but if it were unfriendly land, wherein he was not free to move, his position would still be desperate. We know from the record that he was on the water, so what we have to do is to ascertain what water. The first thing is to realize exactly what he has done as yet. We may then get a light on what his later task is to be. Firstly, we must differentiate between what he did in London as part of his general plan of action, when he was pressed for moments and had to arrange as best he could. Secondly, we must see, as well as we can surmise it from the facts we know of, what he has done here. As to the first, he evidently intended to arrive at Galatz and send envoys to Varna to deceive us, lest we should ascertain his means of exit from England. His immediate and sole purpose there was to escape. The proof of this is the letter of instructions sent to Emmanuel Hildesheim to clear and to take away the box before sunrise. There's also the instructions to Petrov Stinsky. These we must only guess at, but there must have been some letter or message since Stinsky came to Hildesheim. That, so far, his plans were successful, we know. The Tsarina Catherine made a phenomenally quick journey. So much so that Captain Donaldson's suspicions were aroused. But his superstition united with his canniness. I don't have... just... one of my fucking friends certainly has a Mr. Incredible emoticon on Twitch, don't they? Someone's gotta have that as a sub emote, right? Post your fucking Mr. Incredible canny emotes if you got them. I don't fucking have one. The Socks have one? I don't remember if I'm still subbed to Socks. Yeah, Mina fucking rules! It's like, she has the fucking genius level brain maneuver. And has been put in this position where getting to use this is a last and dangerous resort. Because all throughout the book, everyone has been like, oh, but you're just the woman and we have to protect you and you're frail and gentle and we don't want the harm to come to you. This book is about people on the boundary being denied agency. And having to fucking fight to get it back. And I feel like it's trying to say something about, like, you know, the fear of the outsider and the other and the nature of the other. And, like, worrying about, like, how they're a threat to society or whatever. And then trying to show that that's not necessarily, like, inherently true through characters like Quincy Morris and Dr. Van Helsing. And, you know, the effectiveness at which it does that is arguable, especially considering that there is also a bunch of it that does fall into racist tropes. Like, it undercuts its message, yeah, I agree. But it's still trying to say something along those lines, you know? Like, I don't know. That's meaty, that's compelling. Where was I? I got so excited talking about Mina Harker being so cool. She's public domain as the rest of them. Where's her Castlevania? When are we getting... When
When are we getting more Castlevania games where you get to play as like a woman Belmont or something? I want that. Give us Castlevania! Yeah! I want that shit. That sounds awesome. You don't even have to make it like a fucking, Symphony of the Night type game. You can have it be like the original Castlevanias, where it's just like, you know, linear stages that you go through. That's fine. That'd be dope. And I guess Bloodstained is kind of that, kind of. I still have to fucking play Bloodstained. I backed that ages and ages ago and never got around to playing it. I've heard lots of good things about it. You do play as a woman in that one. That's something. I don't know how much something or what kind of something, but that's something. Yeah, I've heard that game fucking rules. I've been meaning to play it for ages. I have it. And then there's also fucking, what, Curse of the Moon and Curse of the Moon 2, where they were just like, fuck it, why don't we make, like, an NES Castlevania-ass game? And, like, made a bunch of cool characters for that. That's the one where you can play as a damn dog with a train mech, right? Curse of the Moon 2? That's so fucking funny. That character existing is so goddamn funny to me. I've seen more of Curse of the Moon than I have of original Bloodstained, which is kind of funny now that I think about it. Anyways, where was I? Where was I? Stinsky came. Respect.
That, so far, his plans were successful, we know. The Tsarina Catherine made a phenomenally quick journey. So much so that Captain Donaldson's suspicions were aroused, but his superstition, united with his canniness, played the Count's game for him. And he ran with his favoring winds through fogs, and all till he brought up his blindfolded Galatz. That the Count's arrangements were well made has been proved. Hildesheim cleared the box, took it off, and gave it to Stinsky. Stinsky took it, and here we lose the trail. We only know that the box is somewhere on the water, moving along. The customs and the octroi, if there had been any, have been avoided. Now we come to what the Count must have done after his arrival, on land, at Galatz. The box was given to Stinsky before sunrise. At sunrise, the Count could appear in his own form. Here we ask why Stinsky was chosen at all to aid in the work. In my husband's diary, Stinsky is mentioned as dealing with the Slovaks who trade down the river to the port. And the man's remark that the murder was the work of a Slovak showed the general feeling against his class. The Count wanted isolation. See, people were talking earlier like, oh yeah, Van Helsing would be great friends with Columbo. No. You know who would be great friends with Columbo? Fucking Mina Harker. They'd be buds. They'd be buds. They'd be buds. My surmise is this, that in London, the Count decided to get back to his castle by water as the most safe and secret way. He was brought from the castle by Shigani, and probably they delivered their cargo to Slovaks, who took the boxes to Varna, for there they were shipped for London. Thus the Count had knowledge of the persons who could arrange the service. When the box was on land before sunrise or after sunset, he came out from his box, met Stinsky, and instructed him what to do as to arranging the carriage of the box up some river. When this was done, and he knew that all was in train, he blotted out his traces, as he thought, by murdering his agent. I've examined the map, and I find the river most suitable for the Slovaks to have ascended as either the Pruth or the Seraph. I read in the typescript that in my trances I heard cows low and water swirling level with my ears and the creaking of wood. The Count in his box then was on a river, in an open boat, propelled probably either by oars or poles, for the banks are near and it is working against the stream. There would be no such sound of floating downstream. Of course, it may not be either the Seraph or the Pruth, but we may possibly investigate further. Now, of these two, the Proof is the most easily navigated, but the Sereth is, at Fundu, joined by the Bistritza, which runs up round the Borgo Pass. The loop it makes is manifestly as close to Dracula's castle as can be got by water. Mina Harker's journal continued. When I had done reading, Jonathan took me in his arms and kissed me. The others kept shaking me by both hands, and Dr. Van Helsing said,
"Oh, dear Madam Mina is once more our teacher. Her eyes have been where we were blinded. Now we are on the track once again, and this time we may succeed. Our enemy is at his most helpless, and if we can come on him by..."
Oh, come on, Holly, get it together. Real mature. Come on, girl.
And if we can come upon him by day, on the water, our task will be over. Get your shit together, girl. We have the book to finish reading. He has a start, but he is powerless to hasten, as he may not leave his box lest those who carry him may suspect. For them to suspect would be all to prompt them to throw him in the stream where he perish. This he knows, and will not. Now, men, to our council of war! For here and now we must plan what each and all shall do.
I shall get a steam launch and follow him,
said Lord Godalming.
and I horses to follow on the bank lest by chance he land,
said Mr. Morris. Of course the Ponzi rich boy is getting his private little steam train, and the cowboy is getting horse.
Good,
said the professor.
both good. But neither must go alone. They must be forced to overcome force if need be. The Slovak is strong and rough, and he carries rude arms.
All the men smiled, for amongst them they carried a small arsenal. Said Mr. Morris,
I've brought some Winchesters. They're pretty handy in a crowd. There may be wolves.
Yeah, this goes back to what we were talking about earlier, huh? You know, how it's like trying to say something about perceptions of the foreigner, and then also going, well, these characters are still very racist. For better or for worse. Here they are, as they would be in the times that these are written in. They are like you and me. And they've got their prejudices too. Even Dr. Van Helsing. I drink more water. Anyways, Mr. Morris is packing heat.
I've brought some Winchesters. They're pretty handy in a crowd, and there may be wolves. The Count, if you remember, took some other precautions. He made some requisitions on others that Mr. Harker, or Mrs. Harker, could not quite hear or understand. We must be ready at all points.
Dr. Seward said,
I think I had better go with Quincy. We've been accustomed to hunt together, and we two, well armed, will be a match for whatever may come along. You must not be alone, Art. It may be necessary to fight the Slovaks, and a chance thrust, for I don't suppose these fellows carry guns, would undo all our plans. There must be no chances this time. We shall not rest until the Count's head and body have been separated, and we are sure that he cannot reincarnate.
He looked at Jonathan as he spoke, and Jonathan looked at me. I could see that the poor dear was torn about in his own mind. Of course he wanted to be with me, but then the boat service would, most likely, be the one which would destroy the vampire. Why did did I hesitate to write the word? He was silent a while, and during his silence Dr. Van Helsing spoke.
Friend Jonathan, this is to you for twice reasons. First, because you are young and brave and can fight, and all energies may be needed at the last. And again, that is your right to destroy him. That which has wrought such woe to you and yours. Be not afraid for Madam Mina. She will be in my care, if I may. I am old. My legs are not so quick to run as once, and I am not used to ride so long, or to pursue as need be, or to fight with lethal weapons. But I can be of other service. I can fight in other way. And I can die, if need be, as well as younger men. Now let me say that what I would is this. While you, my Lord Godalming, and friend Jonathan go in your so-swift little steamboat...
Oh, private steamboat, fucker. I thought he was in a damn train. No, it's even funnier. He's getting his little steamboat Willie up here. Oh, he's getting his Willie up all right.
And whilst John and Quincy guard the bank where perchance he might be landed, I will take Madam Mina right into the heart of our enemy's country.
I keep fucking forgetting that he's calling Jonathan Harker Jonathan and Dr. Seward John. I keep getting these mixed up and being like, why is he talking about Harker? Harker's not here. And then remembering, oh, it's Dr. Shithead. Okay. Okay,
And whilst John and Quincy guard the bank where perchance he might land, I will take Madam Mina right into the heart of the enemy's country. Whilst the old fox is tied in his box, floating on the running stream whence he cannot escape to land, where he dares not raise the lid of his coffin box, lest his Slovak carriers should in fear leave him to perish. We shall go in the track where Jonathan went, from Bistritz over the Borgo, and find our way to the castle of Dracula. Here, Madam Mina's hypnotic power will surely help, and we shall find our way, all dark and unknown otherwise, after the first sunrise when we are near the fateful place. There is much to be done, and other places to be made sanctify, so that the nest of vipers be obliterated.
Here, Jonathan interrupted him hotly.
Do you mean to say, Professor Van Helsing, that you would bring Mina in her sad case, and tainted as she is with that devil's illness, right into the jaws of his death trap? Not for the world! Not for heaven or hell!
He became almost speechless for a minute, and then went on.
Do you know what the place is? Have you seen that awful den of hellish infamy, with the very moonlight alive with grisly shapes, and every speck of dust that whirls in the wind a devouring monster in embryo? Have you felt the vampire's lips upon your throat?
Here he turned to me, and as his eyes lit on my forehead, he threw up his arms with a cry.
Oh my God, what have we done to have this terror upon us?
And he sank down on the sofa in a collapse of misery. The professor's voice, as he spoke in clear, sweet tones, which seemed to vibrate in the air, calmed us all.
Oh, my friend, it is because I would save Madam Mina from that awful place that I would go. God forbid that I should take her into that place. There is work, wild work to be done there, that her eyes may not see. We men here, all save Jonathan, have seen with their own eyes what is to be done before the place can be purified. Remember that we are in terrible straits. If the Count escape us this time, and he is strong and subtle and cunning, he may choose to sleep him for a century, and then in time our dear one,
He took my hand.
would come to him to keep him company, and would be as those other that you, Jonathan, saw. You've told us of their gloating lips. You've heard their ribald laugh as they clutched the moving bag that the Count threw to them. You shudder, and well may it be. Forgive me that I make you so much pain, but it is necessary. My friend, it is not a dire need from the which I am giving. Possible...
Wait, let me read that again.
My friend, is it not a dire need for the which I am giving, possibly, my life? If it were that anyone went into that place to stay, it is I who would have to go to keep them company.
Do as you will, said Jonathan, with a sob that shook him all over. We are in the hands of God.
Later. Oh, it did me good to see the way that these brave men worked. How can women help loving men when they are so earnest and so true and so brave? And, too, it made me think of the wonderful power of money. What can it not do when it is properly applied? And what might it do when basely used? I felt so thankful that Lord Godalming is rich, and that both he and Mr. Morris, who also has plenty of money, are willing to spend it so freely. For if they did not, our little expedition could not start either so promptly or so well equipped as it will within another hour. It is not 3 hours since it was arranged what part each of us was to do. And now Lord Godalming and Jonathan have a lovely steam launch. Thank you, Squid Senna, for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream today. We're reading Dracula. We're on the second to last chapter. I forgot what sentence I was at, because I saw the raid alert and I was like, oh shit, thank you. Where the fuck was I? I'll just take the sentence from the top, I guess.
Before we go kill a Dracula, I just really need to acknowledge that we have immense privilege today. We need to keep in mind all of the people around us that do not have the same means that we do, the same means Harker that we do. And we must always remember to use our position for good. Let's go on a stupid damn boat and kill a damn Dracula.
It is not 3 hours since it was arranged what part each of us was to do, and now Lord Godalming and Jonathan have a lovely steam launch, with steam up ready to start at a moment's notice. Dr. Seward and Mr. Morris have half a dozen good horses, well appointed. We have all the maps and appliances of various kinds that can be had. Professor Van Helsing and I are to leave by the 11:40 train tonight for Veresti.
I almost thought it said Vestrezi.
No, that's not what it is. Veresti, where we are to get a carriage to drive to the Borgo Pass. We are bringing a good deal of ready money, as we are to buy a carriage and horses. We shall drive ourselves, but we have no one whom we can trust in the matter. The professor knows something of a great many languages, so we shall get on all right. We've all got arms, even for me a large-bore revolver. Jonathan would not be happy unless I was armed like the rest. Alas, I cannot carry one arm that the rest do. The scar on my forehead forbids that.
Listen, Mina Harker can't carry the cross or the garlic or none of that, so we need to give her the biggest fucking revolver we have. Mina Harker, my beloved, my darling wife, I need you packing heat. That shit needs to be big and heavy, okay? And she's like, that's awesome. I guess I will. Respect, honestly.
Dear Dr. Van Helsing comforts me by telling me I am fully armed, as there may be wolves. The weather is getting colder every hour, and there are snow flurries which come and go as warnings.
I suppose it is October, huh?
Excuse me. Later. It took all my courage to say goodbye to my darling. We may never meet again. Courage, Mina. The professor is looking at you keenly. His look is a warning. There must be no tears now, unless it may be that God will let them fall in gladness.
Howdy, Frankie. Yeah, we're on the second to last chapter. We still got Drac in us yet tonight. If I had to hazard a guess, probably still a decent bit of Drac. Like, these last couple of chapters are at least a little beefy, you know? Alright. Sorry, I had a ping on Discord that I wanted to check real quick. It's not important.
Yippee!
Okay. Jonathan Harker's journal. October 30th. Night. I am writing this in the light from the furnace door of the steam launch. Lord Godalming is firing up. He is an experienced hand at the work, as he's had for years a launch of his own on the Thames, and another on the Norfolk Broads. Regarding our plans, we finally decided that Mina's guess was correct, and that if any waterway was chosen for the Count's escape back to his castle, the Sereth and then the Bistritza, at its junction, would be the one. We took it that somewhere around the 47th degree, north latitude, would be the place chosen for the crossing the country, between the river and the Carpathians. We had no fear in running at good speed up the river at night. There's plenty of water, and the banks are wide enough apart to make steaming, even in the dark, easy enough. Lord Godalming tells me to sleep for a while, as it is enough on the present for one to be on watch. But I cannot sleep. How can I, with the terrible danger hanging over my darling, and her going out into that awful place? My only comfort is that we are in the hands of God. Only for that faith, it would be easier to die than to live, and so be quit of all the trouble. How can I sleep with a damn Dracula around? Mr. Morris and Dr. Seward were off on their long ride before we started. They are to keep up the right bank, far enough off to get on higher lands, where they can see a good stretch of river and avoid the following of its curves. They have, for the first stages, 2 men to ride and lead their spare horses, 4 in all, so as not to excite curiosity. When they dismiss the men, we shall be shortly. They shall themselves look after the horses. It may be necessary for us to join forces. If so, they can mount our whole party. One of the saddles has a movable horn and can easily be adapted for Mina if required. It is a wild adventure we are on. Here, as we are rushing along through the darkness, with the cold from the river seeming to rise up and strike us, with all the mysterious voices of the night around us, it all comes home. We seem to be drifting into unknown places and unknown ways, to a whole world of dark and dreadful things. Godalming is shutting the furnace door.
Halloween!
Still hurrying along. The day has come, and Godalming is sleeping. I am on watch. The morning is bitterly cold. The furnace heat is grateful, though we have heavy fur coats. As yet, we have passed only a few open boats, but none of them had on board any box or package or anything like the size of the one we seek. The men were scared every time we turned our electric lamp on them, and fell on their knees and prayed. 1st of October, evening. No news all day. We found nothing of the kind we seek. We've now passed into the Bistritza, and if we are wrong in our surmise, our chance is gone. We've overhauled every boat, big and little. Early this morning, one crew took us for a government boat and treated us accordingly. We saw in this a way of smoothing matters. So at Fundu, where the Bistritza runs into the Sereth, we got a Romanian flag which we now fly conspicuously. With every boat which we have overhauled since then, this trick has succeeded. We've had every defense shown to us, or every deference shown to us, and not once any objection to whatever we choose to do or ask. Some of the Slovaks tell us that a big boat passed them, going at more than usual speed, as she had a double crew on board. This was before they came to Fundu, so they could not tell us whether the boat turned into the Bistritza or continued up on the Sereth. At Fundu, we could not hear any of it. We could not hear of any such boat. So she must have passed there in the night. I'm feeling very sleepy. The cold is perhaps beginning to tell upon me. Nature must rest some time. God only insists that he shall keep the first watch. God bless him for all his goodness to poor dear Mina and me. 2nd of November, morning. It is broad daylight. That good fellow would not wake me. He says it would have been a sin to, for I slept peacefully and was forgetting my trouble. It seems brutally selfish to me to have slept so long and let him watch all night, but he was quite right. I am a new man this morning, and as I sit here and watch him sleeping, I can do all that is necessary, both as to minding the engine, steering, and keeping watch. I can feel that my strength and energy are coming back to me. I wonder where Mina is now, and Van Helsing. I should have got to Veresti about noon on Wednesday. It would take them some time to get the carriage and horses, so if they have started and traveled hard, they would be about now at the Borgo Pass. God guide and keep them. I'm afraid to think what may happen. If we could only go faster! But we cannot. The engines are throbbing. Ooh! We need to come on Dracula, and the engines are throbbing and doing their utmost. Okay, I see how it is. I wonder how Dr. Seward and Mr. Morris are getting on. There seem to be endless streams running down the mountains into this river. But as none of them are very large, at present at all events, though they are terrible doubtless in winter and when the snow melts, the horsemen may not have met much obstruction.
Endless streams? Homina, 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 homina. Something's going on here.
I hope that before we get to Strasbourg, we may see them. For if by that time we have not overtaken the Count, it may be necessary to counsel together what to do next. Dr. Seward's diary. Hoo! Alright, here we fucking go. More of this guy again.
3rd of November. 3 days on the road. No news, and no time to write if there had been, for every moment is precious. We've had only the rest needful for the horses, and we are both bearing it wonderfully. Those adventurous days of ours are turning up useful. Redbug useful. Redbug useful. Redbug useful. We must push on. We shall never feel happy till we get the launch in sight again. Breadbug useful.
I hate that anytime I see the word useful, I just think about Breadbug useful. It's a problem. I still wish this man got eaten by a Dracula. You and me both, bud. all these fucking Dracula adaptations getting rid of the cowboy. They should get rid of Dr. Seward instead.
3rd of November. We heard at Fundu that the launch had gone up the Bistritza. I wish it wasn't so cold. There are signs of snow coming. If it falls heavy, it will stop us. In such case, we must get a sledge and go on, Russian fashion. 4th of November. Today, we heard of the launch having been detained by an accident when trying to force a way up the rapids. The Slovak boats get up all right by aid of a rope and steering with knowledge. Some went up only a few hours before. Godalming is an amateur fitter himself, and evidently it was he who put the launch in trim again. Finally, they got up the rapids all right with local help and are off on the chase afresh. I fear that the boat is not any better for the accident. The peasantry tell us that after she got upon smooth water again, she kept stopping every now and again so long as she was in sight. We must push on harder than ever. Our help may be wanted soon.
Oh shit. Alright, well, I'm gonna end this chapter and then go on break. I was about to say we're due for a break, but I can extend it a little bit. And read our Mina Harker journal. We can read our Mina Harker journal, and then when we get back, the final chapter. We're almost there. The final stretch. Dracula dies. Let's go. I'm getting ahead of myself, of course. Mina Harker's journal.
Halloween.
Arrived at Veresti at noon. The professor tells me that this morning at dawn he could hardly hypnotize me at all. And then all I could say was dark and quiet. He's off now, buying a carriage and horses. He says that he will later on try to buy additional horses, so that we may be able to change them on the way. We have something more than 70 miles before us. Well, the country is lovely and most interesting. If only we were under different conditions, how delightful it would be to see it all. If Jonathan and I were driving through it alone, what a pleasure it would be. To stop and see people, and learn something of their life, and to fill our minds and memories with all the color and picturesqueness of the whole world, the whole wild, beautiful country, and the quaint people. But, alas. Later, Dr. Van Helsing has returned. He's got the carriage and horses. We are to have some dinner and to start in an hour. The landlady's putting us up a huge basket of provisions. It seems enough for a company of soldiers. The professor encourages her and whispers to me that it may be a week before we can get any good food again. He has been shopping, too, and has sent home such a wonderful lot of fur coats and wraps, and all sorts of warm things. There will not be any chance of our being cold. Funny that nothing scary happens on Halloween during the Dracula hunting journey, and that's the scariest thing of all, that our expectations are subverted. Because our expectations are modern and not at all tied into this old book. And that's scarifying! That's so Terry! Ah! 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 Ah!
Ah!
Ah! Ah! Ah! Ah! Ah!
Ah!
Fuck! You know? We shall soon be off. I'm afraid to think what may happen to us. We are truly in the hands of God. He alone knows what may be, and I pray him with all the strength of my sad and humble soul that he will watch over my beloved husband. That whatever may happen, Jonathan may know that I loved him and honored him more than I can say, and that my latest and truest thought will always be for him. The theme of an earnest plea to God. The theme of an earnest plea to God. Cranky Kong's theme from Donkey Kong Country 1. Blessed be. It's the song that plays when you're praying. And we all know it. It's famous and we know it. We all know it's the song. Right? We know it. We know it. You know it. Come on. You know it. You know Cranky's connection to the divine. We've been through this. Come on. It's fucking break time, by the way. It's my damn break time now that we are done this chapter. We are at chapter 27. The final days of Dracula. The final shape of Dracula. It's here. And we'll get that started. In about 3 minutes or so, because I'm getting up for break time, and I gotta run the ads so we don't get ads in the middle of the reading. So, get up, look away from your screen for a bit, stretch your legs, get a thing to drink. Maybe get something to eat. I don't know, maybe it's been a while. Maybe you're hungry. You're hungry, aren't you? I'm thinking about my guy on the right now. The store brand, or is it my dude on the left? I don't remember. The store brand Frosted Flakes with the tiger on it that has the face that's like,
Yeah, they're alright.
You hungry, aren't you?
I'm thinking about him today. Anyways, I'm going on a break. I'll be back in 3 minutes.
Oh. Oh. Ah. I went and I checked the temperature outside now that it's like 9 coming on 10 o'clock, and it's still disgustingly hot, and it made me very sad. It made me feel haggard. Oh man. It's bad today, folks. I am glad that I have a break day tomorrow. I mean, I'm doing things tomorrow. I'm gonna be hanging out with a friend, playing a game together, and then later in the day I got tabletop. But, like, I can turn my fucking brain off for those somewhat. I don't have to be in, like, doing performance job mode. How hot is hot in this case? Well, the temperature for a lot of today was hanging around, I guess I can put this back in United States temperatures. What the fuck was it? It was like, what, above 110 degrees Fahrenheit? With the humidity? With humidity, I have to stress with humidity. And the temperature has not gone down very much. At all. And it's going to be like this for a few days, and then, like, on the weekend, storms are gonna break. And it's going to cool down. And by cool down, I mean it's going to become summer hot instead of heat wave hot. And hopefully less humid after the rain. Oh. 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 I'm glad my damn air conditioner is working. I'm glad my fucking air conditioner is working. If this shit was non-functional, I would be not doing anything this week, quite frankly. Ah. I had to, like, literally turn it off for a little bit today because the poor thing was being overworked all day, and, like, you know, let the condenser cool down and get out all the condensation and water in the tank. Because it's one of them little window-mounted AC units. For like a room that has wheels on it. Oh, I love this fucking thing. It saved my life. I've talked at length before about how the room that I'm in, that I sleep in and that I do computer stuff in, is built like a fucking oven. And also because it's on the side of the house where the sunrise hits, it gets blasted with heat frame one and then retains that all day. And airflow to the room is not great from, like, the rest of the house where other air conditioning stuff is. So, investing in one of these little air conditioner units was maybe one of the best things I ever did. Unfortunately. Did they get the Dracula? Nope, we're on the last chapter. We're just starting it now. Or about to start it now. I'm still getting myself back to it. Drinking a bit of water. What's the temperature going to be like for the rest of the week? Let me just check. Let's see. Daily highs between 30 and 35 Celsius, followed by overnight lows above 20 are expected. Humidex values will reach near 40 on Thursday. So it's going... Today was above 40, for reference. Today was above 40. Tomorrow they're calling for... slightly cooler. And I do very much mean slightly. Like 2 degrees Celsius less. But Friday, Saturday, Sunday, dipping down substantially to, like, feels like 30 degrees with the humidity. Not actually 30 degrees before the humidity. And also we're getting rain, so that'll be nice. And then Monday comes and more rain, it's still cool. And then Tuesday we're getting back to hot, but it's like normal seasonal hot instead of heat wave hot. That'll be a bit of a relief. Man, the weather, huh? Man, global warming, huh? Speaking of things that fucking suck, Dracula. We begin, at long last, our ending. Chapter 27. Mina Harker's journal. How long is this chapter? Actually, not as super long as I thought. Oh! Okay. I mean, there's some hefty paragraphs to go through, but I thought this last chapter was so much longer. Okay. Alright, let's do it, baby. I know the law. Let me sit more comfortably. Yeah. I was, like, buckling down for 3 or 4 hour chapter. No. I'm gonna have time. I'm gonna have time to do things tonight after stream. Dracula has been dead for some time now. 1st of November. All day long we've traveled, and at a good speed. The horses seem to know that they're being kindly treated, for they go willingly. They're full stage at best speed. We've now had so many changes and find the same thing so constantly that we are encouraged to think that the journey will be an easy one. Dr. Van Helsing is laconic. He tells the farmers that he is hurrying to Bistritz and pays them well to make the exchange of horses. We get hot soup, or coffee, or tea, and off we go. It's a lovely country, full of beauties of all imaginable kinds, and the people are brave and strong and simple and seem full of nice qualities. They are very, very superstitious. In the first house where we stopped, when the woman who served us saw the scar on my forehead, she crossed herself and put out 2 fingers towards me to keep off the devil eye. I believe they went to the trouble of putting an extra amount of garlic onto our food. And I can't abide garlic. Oh no! Oh no! Mina! I love you! You have such bad taste in food! No! I forgot that you're an English woman! Ever since then, I've taken care not to take off my hat or veil. Literally, because of that, I think I just want to eat a lot of garlic tomorrow. I'm going to enact eat a lot of garlic alert for a meal tomorrow. I don't want to eat pasta tomorrow, because I had pasta last night for trash night, and I forgot that one of the, like, promo videos they play before trash night is, like, a BMX motocross guy talking about pasta, and so it felt like he visited me in a dream and told me what to make for dinner. So I don't feel like having pasta again that many days next to each other. But I do have a bunch of leftover rice, and I might cook that up with, like, some garlic and some tomatoes and maybe some mushroom. And then have that with, like, I don't know, a chicken cutlet from the freezer, a little salad. That sounds good. My ass wants to get garlicked. It's that easy. Who do you think had soup, who had coffee, and who had tea? Mina Harker had soup, Van Helsing had tea, and the horse had coffee. It's that easy. It's that easy. Let's see. Alright, here we are.
Ever since then, I have taken care not to take off my hat or veil, and so have escaped their suspicions. We're traveling fast, and as we have no driver with us to carry tales, we go ahead of scandal. But I dare say that fear of the evil eye will follow hard behind us all the way. The professor seems tireless. All day he would not take any rest, though he made me sleep for a long spell. At sunset time he hypnotized me, and he says that I answered as usual. Darkness, lapping water, and creaking wood. So our enemy is still on the river. I'm afraid to think of Jonathan. But somehow I have no fear for him, or for myself. I write this whilst we wait in a farmhouse for the horses to be got ready. Dr. Van Helsing is sleeping. Poor dear. He looks very tired and old and grey. But his mouth is set as firmly as a conqueror's. Even in his sleep he is instinct with resolution. When we have well started, I must make him rest whilst I drive. I shall tell him we have days before us, and we must not break down when most of all his strength will be needed. All is ready. We are off shortly. Super Mario Horse Ride! Woohoo! 2nd of November, morning. I was successful, and we took turns driving all night. Now the day is on us, bright through the cold. There's a strange heaviness in the air. I say heaviness for want of a better word. I mean that it oppresses us both. It is very cold, and only our warm furs keep us comfortable. At dawn, Van Helsing hypnotized me. He said I answered darkness, creaking wood, and roaring water. So the river is changing as they ascend. I do hope that my darling will not run any chance of danger. More than need be. But we are in God's hands. 2nd of November, night. All day long driving. The country gets wilder as we go, and the great spurs of the Carpathians, which at Veresti seemed so far from us and so low on the horizon, now seem to gather round us and tower in front. We both seem in good spirits. I think we make an effort each to cheer the other. In the doing so, we cheer ourselves. Dr. Van Helsing says that by morning we shall reach the Borgo Pass. The horses are very few here now, and the professor says that the last horse we got will have to go on with us, as we may not be able to change. He got 2 in addition to the 2 we changed, so that now we have a rude 4 in hand. What's so rude about that? Oh, the dear horses are patient and good, and they give us no trouble. We're not worried with other travelers, and so even I can drive. We shall get to the pass in daylight. We do not want to arrive before, so we take it easy, and have each a long rest in turn. Oh, what will tomorrow bring to us? We go to seek the place where my poor darling suffered so much. God grant that we may be guided aright, and that he will deign to watch over my husband and those dear to us both, and who are in such deadly peril. As for me, I am not worthy in his sight. Alas! I am unclean to his eyes, and shall be until he may deign to let me stand forth in his sight as one of those who have not incurred his wrath. Memorandum by Abraham Van Helsing. I was not anticipating reading a whole big chunk in his voice. Okay. If it becomes too much, I'll stop, but I'll give it the old college try.
4th of November. This to my old and true friend John Seward, M.D., of Purfleet, London, in case I may not see him. It may explain. It is morning, and I write by a fire which all the night I have kept alive. Madam Mina aiding me.
Yeah, this is our first Van Helsing POV. It feels so weird right at the end. Not weird that it's at the end, but weird that we're getting one at all.
It is cold, cold. So cold that the grey, heavy sky is full of snow, which when it falls will settle for all winter as the ground is hardening to receive it. It seems to have affected Madam Mina. She has been so heavy of head all day that she was not like herself. She sleeps and sleeps and sleeps. She who is usual so alert have done literally nothing all the day. She even have lost her appetite. She make no entry into her little diary, she who writes so faithful at every pause. Something whispered to me that all is not well. However, tonight she is more vif. Her long sleep all day have refreshed and restore her, for now she is all sweet and bright as ever. At sunset I tried to hypnotize her, but alas, with no effect. The power has grown less and less with each day, and tonight it failed me altogether. Well, God's will be done, whatever it may be, and whithersoever it may lead. Now to the historical. Whereas Madam Mina write not in her stenography, I must in my cumbrous old fashion, that so each day of us may not go unrecognized. Unrecorded. Wrong word. We go to the Borgo Pass just after sunrise yesterday morning. When I saw the signs of the dawn, I got ready for the hypnotism. We stopped our carriage and got down so that there might be no disturbance. I made a couch with furs, and Madam Mina, lying down, yielded herself as usual, but more slow and more short time than ever, to the hypnotic sleep. As before came the answer, darkness and the swirling of water. Then she woke, bright and radiant, and we go on our way, and soon we reach the pass. At this time and place, she become all on fire with zeal. Some new guiding power be in her manifested, or she point to a road and say,
This is the way.
How know you it? I ask.
Of course I know it.
She answer, and with a pause add,
Have not my Jonathan travelled it and wrote of his travel?
Oh, reading the Mina lines in the Van Helsing cadence is gonna be fun.
At first I think it somewhat strange, but soon I see that there be only one such by-road. It is used but little, and very different from the coach road from the Bukovnia to Bistritz, which is more wide and hard and more of use.
Wide and hard and more of use, huh? And the wood touching the wood, and they've got to come on him. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. So we came down this road. I mean, I suppose it shouldn't sound like that. If it sounds like that, seek a doctor, but...
So, we came down this road. When we meet other ways, not always will we sure that they were roads at all, or they be neglect and light snow falling. The horses know, and they only.
Love to come down some roads, but it takes a lot out of me. Come on! Some roads. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha
I give rein to them, and they go on so patient. By and by, we find all the things which Jonathan have note in that wonderful diary of him. Then we go on for long, long hours and hours.
Sorry, my friend posted a Gruntilda rhyme and I have to read it.
Witch starts hunting damn vampire, putting Helsing in a fire.
I hope you liked it. My grunty. My gunty.
At the first, I tell Madam Mina to sleep. She try, and she succeed. She sleep all the time, till at last I feel myself to suspicious grow, and attempt to wake her. But she sleep on. I may not wake her, though I try. I do not wish to try too hard, lest I harm her, for I know that she have suffered much, and sleep at times be all in all to her. I think I drowse myself, for all of a sudden I feel guilt, as though I have done something. I find myself bolt up with the reins in my hand, and the good horses go along jog just as ever. I look down and find Madam Mina still asleep. It is now not far off sunset time, and over the snow the lights of the sun in big yellow flood, so that we throw great long shadow on where the mountain rise so steep. For we are going up, and all is oh so wild and rocky, as though it were the end of the world.
Then I arouse Madam Mina! We come down this road, and then I arouse Madam Mina!
Damn, Dr. Van Helsing, the sex sounds awful. One before the other there, bud.
This time she wake with not much trouble, and then I try to put her to hypnotic sleep, but she sleep not, being as though I were not. Still, I try and try, till all at once I find her and myself in dark. So I look around and find that the sun have gone down. Madam Mina laugh, and I turn and look at her. She's now quite awake, and looks so well as I never saw her since that night at Carfax, when we first entered the Count's house. I am amazed, and not at ease then. But she is so bright and tender and thoughtful for me that I forget all I fear. I light a fire, for we have brought supply of wood with us, and she prepare food while I undo the horses and set them tethered in shelter to feed. Then when I return to the fire, she have my supper ready. I go to help her, but she smile and tell me she have eat already, that she was so hungry that she would not wait. I like it not, and I have grave doubts, but I fear to affright her, and so I am silent of it. She help me, and I eat alone, and then we wrap in fur and lie beside the fire, and I tell her to sleep while I watch. But presently I forget all of watching, and when I sudden remember that I watch, I find her lying quiet but awake, and looking at me with so bright eyes, and the Super Mario jump in the distance. Once, twice more the same occur, and I get much sleep till before morning. When I wake up, I try to hypnotize her, but alas, though she shut her eyes obedient, she may not sleep. The sun rise up, and up, and up, and then sleep come to her too late, but so heavy that she will not wake. I have to lift her up and place her sleeping in the carriage when I have harnessed the horses and made all ready. Madam still sleep, and she look in her sleep more healthy and more redder than before. And I like it not. And I am afraid. I am afraid of all things.
Oh, me too, buddy.
Even to think, but I must go on my way. The stake we play for is life and death, or more than these. And we must not flinch. Fifth of November. Morning. Let me be accurate in everything. Although you and I have seen some strange things together, you may think at the first that I, Van Helsing, am mad. That the many horrors and the so long strain on nerves has at last turned my brain. All yesterday we travelled, ever getting closer to the mountains and moving into a more and more wild and desert land. There are great frowning precipices and more falling water.
I thought this said fatling water, and I was like, what the fuck is a fatling water?
And nature seemed to have sometime her carnival. Madam Mina still sleep, and though I did not have hunger and appeased it, I could not waken her, even for food. I began to fear the fatal spell of the place was upon her, tainted as she is with that vampire baptism. Well, said I to myself, if it be that she sleep all the day, it shall also be that I do not sleep at night. As we travel on the rough road, for a road of an ancient and perfect kind there was, I held down my head and slept. Again I walked with a sense of guilt and of time past, and found Madam Mina still sleeping and the sun low down. But all was indeed changed. The frowning mountains seemed further away, and we were near the top of the steep rising hill, on the summit of which was a castle as Jonathan tell of in his diary. And once I exulted and feared, for now, for good or ill, the end was near. I woke Madam Mina, and again tried to hypnotize her, but alas, unavailing till too late. Then, ere the great dark came upon us, for even after down sun, the heavens reflected the gone sun on the snow, and all was for a time in a great twilight. I took out the horses and fed them in what shelter I could. Then I make a fire, and near it I make Madam Mina, now awake and more charming than ever, sit comfortable amid her rugs. I got ready food, but she would not eat, simply saying that she had not hunger. I did not press her, knowing her unavailingness. But I myself eat, for I must needs now be strong for all. Then, with the fear on me of what might be, I drew a ring so big for her comfort, round where Madam Mina sat, and over the ring I passed some of the wafer. I broke at finds that all was well guarded. She sat still all the time, so still as one dead. She grew whiter and ever whiter, till the snow was not more pale, and no word was said. But when I drew near, she clung to me, and I could know that the poor soul shook from her head to feet with a tremor that was pain to feel. I said to her presently, when she had grown more quiet, "Will you not come over to the fire?" For I wished to make a test of what she could. She rose obedient, but when she had made a step, she stopped, and stood as one stricken. "Why not go on?" I asked. She shook her head, and coming back, sat down in her place. Then, looking at me with open eyes, as of one waked from sleep, she said simply, "I cannot," and remained silent. I rejoiced, for I knew that what she could not, none of those that we dreaded could. Though there might be danger to her body, yet her soul was safe.
Well, at least she's not fully Dracula yet.
Presently the horses began to scream, and tore at their tethers till I came to them and quieted them. When they did feel my hands on them, they whinnied low as in joy, and licked at my hands and were quiet for a time. Many times through the night did I come to them, till it arrived to the cold hour when all nature is at lowest, and every time my coming was with quiet of them. In the cold hour the fire began to die, and I was about stepping forth to replenish it, for now the snow came in flying sweeps and with a chill mist. Even in the dark there was a light of some kind, as there ever is over snow, and it seemed as though the snow flurries and the wreaths of mist took shape of women with trailing garments.
Uh-oh.
All was in dead grim silence, only that the horses whinnied and cowered, as if in terror of the worst. I began to fear, horrible fears. But then came to me the sense of safety in that ring wherein I stood. I began, too, to think that my imaginings were of the night, and the gloom and the unrest that I have gone through, and that all the terrible anxiety. It was as though my memories of all of Jonathan's horrible experiences would be fooling me. Horrid experiences. For the snowflakes and the mist began to wheel and circle round, till I could get as though a shadowy glimpse of those women that would have kissed him. And then the horses cowered lower and lower, and moaned in terror as men do in pain. Even the madness of fright was not to them, so that they could break away. I feared for my dear Madam Mina when these weird figures drew near and circled round. I looked at her, but she sat calm and smiled at me. I would have stepped to the fire to replenish it. She caught me and held me back and whispered, like a voice that one hears in a dream, so low it was. "No, no, do not go without. Here you are safe." I turned to her and, looking in her eyes, said, "But you, it is for you that I fear." Whereat she laughed, a laugh low and unreal, and said,
Fear for me? Why fear for me? None safer in all the world from them than I am.
And as I wondered the meaning of her words, a puff of wind made the flame leap up, and I see the red scar on her forehead. Then, alas, I knew. Did I not, I would soon have learned, for the wheeling figures of mist and snow came closer, but keeping ever without the holy circle. Then they began to materialize, till, if God had not taken away my reason, for I saw it through my eyes, there were before me in actual flesh the same 3 weed-smoking girlfriends that Jonathan saw in the room. When they would have kissed his throat, I knew the swaying round forms, the bright hard eyes, the white teeth, the ruddy color, the voluptuous lips. They smiled ever at poor dear Madam Mina, and as their laugh came through the silence of the night, they twined their arms and pointed to her, and said in those so sweet tingling tones that Jonathan said were of the intolerable sweetness of the water glasses,
Come, sister, come to us, come, come.
In fear I turned to my poor Madam Mina, and in my heart with gladness leapt my flame, for the terror in her sweet eyes, the repulsion, the horror, told a story to my heart that was all of hope. God be thanked she was not yet of them. I seized some of the firewood which was by me, and holding out some of the wafer, advanced on them toward the fire. They drew back before me, and laughed their low, horrid laugh. I fed the fire and feared them not, for I knew that we were safe within our protections. They could not approach me while so armed, nor Madam Mina while she remained within the ring, but she could not leave no more than they could enter. The horses had ceased to moan, and lay still on the ground. The snow fell on them softly, and they grew whiter. I knew that there was for the poor beasts no more of terror. And so we remained till the red of the dawn to fall through the snow gloom. I was desolate and afraid, and full of woe and terror. But when that beautiful sun began to climb, the horizon life was to me again. At the first coming of the dawn, the horrid figures melted into the whirling mist and snow. The wreaths of transparent gloom moved away towards the castle, and were lost. Instinctively, with the dawn coming, I turned to Madam Mina, intending to hypnotize her, but she lay in a deep and sudden sleep, from which I could not wake her. I tried to hypnotize through her sleep, but she made no response. None at all. And then the day broke. I fear yet to stir. I have made my fire and have seen the horses. They are all dead. Today I have much to do here. And I keep waiting till the sun is up high. For there may be places where I must go, where that sunlight through snow and mist obscure it will be to me a safety.
Though that snow, sorry, not through.
I will strengthen me with breakfast, and then I will to my terrible work. Madam Mina still sleeps, and God be thanked, she is calm in her sleep.
Jonathan Harker's journal. 4th of November. Evening.
The accident of the launch has been a terrible thing for us. Only for it we should have overtaken that boat long ago, and by now my dear Mina would have been free. I fear to think of her, off on the world near that horrid place. We've got horses, and we follow on the track. I note this whilst Godalming is getting ready. We have our arms. The Sagani must look out if they mean fight. Oh, if only Morris and Seward were with us. We must only hope. If I write no more, goodbye, Mina. God bless and keep you.
And that's all from Johnny Boy. Let's see. We've got our little Seward interlude, one last Van Helsing, and then our last Miss Mina. Alright. Congrats on getting through all that with Helving's voice. If I do it at that sort of low pitch and timbre, it's like really, really especially gentle on the throat. Like, it's not super, super rough unless I kind of like lapse in my concentration of how I'm trying to do the voice. It's not meant to hurt. But it is especially less strenuous
When I'm talking very low like this, it's quite simple, really. Apartment complex. To me, I find the apartment quite simple.
Dr. Seward's diary. 5th of November. With the dawn, we saw the body of Sagani before us dashing away from the river with their letter wagon. They surrounded it in a cluster and hurried along as though beset. The snow was falling lightly and there was a strange excitement in the air. It may be our own feelings, but the depression is strange. Far off I hear the howling of wolves. The snow brings them down from the mountains, and there are dangers to all of us and from all sides. The horses are nearly ready, and we are soon off. We ride to death of someone. God alone knows who, or where, or what, or when, or how it may be.
Once again, to Dr. Van Helsing's memorandum.
5th of November, afternoon. I am at least sane. Thank God for that mercy at all events, though the proving it has been dreadful. When I left Madam Mina sleeping with the Holy Circle, I took my way to the castle. The blacksmith hammer which I took in the carriage from Veresti was useful. Though the doors were all open, I broke them off the rusty hinges, lest some ill intent or ill chance should close them, so that being centered I might not get out. Jonathan's bitter experience served me here. By memory of his diary, I found my way to the old chapel, for I knew that here my work lay. The air was oppressive. It seemed as if there was some sulphurous fume, which at times made me dizzy. Either there was roaring in my ears, or I heard afar off from the howl of wolves. Then I bethought me of my dear Madam Mina, and I was in terrible plight. The dilemma had me between his horns. Her I had not dared to take into this place, but left safe from the vampire in that holy circle, and yet even there would be the wolf. I resolved me that my work lay here, and that as to the wolves we must submit, if it were God's will. At any rate, it was only death and freedom beyond. So did I choose for her. Had it but been for myself, the choice had been easy. The maw of the wolf were better to rest in than the grave of the vampire. So I make my choice to go on with my work. I know that there were at least 3 graves to find, graves that are inhabit. So I search, and I find one of them. She lay in her vampire sleep, so full of life and voluptuous beauty that I shudder, as though I have come to do murder. I doubt not that in time when such things were, many a man who set forth to do such a task as mine found at the last his heart fail him, and then his nerve. So he delay, and delay, and delay, till the mere beauty and the fascination of the wanton undead have hypnotized him, and he remain on, till sunset come and the vampire sleep be over. Then the beautiful eyes of the fair woman open and look love, and the voluptuous mouth present to a kiss, and man is weak. And there remain one more victim in the vampire fold, one more to swell the grim and grisly ranks of the undead. There is some fascination, surely, when I am moved by the mere presence of such an one, even of such an un, even laying as she lay in a tomb fretted with age and heavy with the dust of centuries. Though there be that horrid odour such as the layers of the Count have had, yes, I was moved, I, Van Helsing, with all my purpose and my motive for hate, was moved to a yearning for delay, which seemed to paralyze my faculties and to clog my very soul. It may have been that the need of natural sleep and the strange oppression of the air were beginning to overcome me. Certain it was that I was lapsing into sleep, the open-eyed sleep of one who yields to a sweet fascination, where there came through the snow-stilled air a long, low wail. When there came through the snow-stilled air a long, low wail, so full of woe and pity that it woke me like the sound of a clarion. For it was the voice of my dear Madam Mina that I heard. Then I braced myself again to my horrid task, and found by wrenching away tomb tops one other of the sisters, the other dark one. I dared not pause to look on her as I had on her sister, lest once more I should begin to be in thrall. But I go on searching until, presently, I find in a high great tomb, as if made to one much beloved, that other fair sister, which, like Jonathan, I have seen to gather herself out of the atoms of the mist.
That's why the one vampire archetype card in the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG is named Fascination? I mean, yeah, the whole big thing about, like, classical vampires is they're enthralling, they're charismatic, you're fascinated by them, you can't help but be pulled into their magnetism. You can't look away. Then they get ya.
She was so fair to...
I have to skip this song because these songs have been giving, like, they've been, like, muting the VODs, which I'm sad about, because I fucking love the Dicey Dungeon soundtrack. At least I caught it this time. Oh well. During GDQ, I'm gonna, like, go through my music playlist and prune it a bit and then add new songs to it, I think. Alright, hang on.
She was so fair to look on, so radiantly beautiful, so exquisitely voluptuous, that the very instinct of man in me, which called some of my sex to love and to protect one of hers, made my head whirl with new emotion. My head was spinning and swimming with thoughts of my haunted woman. But God be thanked, that soul wail of my dear Madam Mina had not died out of my ears. And before the spell could be wrought further upon me, I had nerved myself to my wild work. By this time I had searched all the tombs in the chapel so far as I could tell, and as there had been only 3 of these undead phantoms around us in the night, I took it that there were no more of active undead existent. there was one great tomb more lordly than all the rest. Huge it was, and nobly proportioned. On it was but one word. Dracula. This, then, was the undead home of the king vampire, to whom so many more were due. Its emptiness spoke eloquent to make certain what I knew. Before I began to restore these women to their dead selves through my awful work, I laid in Dracula's tomb some of the wafer, so banished him from it, undead, forever. Then began my terrible work, and I dreaded it. Had it been but one, it had been easy, comparative. But three? To begin twice more after I had been through a deed of horror. For if it was terrible with the sweet Miss Lucy, what would it not be with these strange ones, who had survived through centuries and who had been strengthened by the passing of years, who would, if they could, have fought with their foul lives. Oh, my friend John, but it was butcher work. Had I not been nerved by thoughts of other dead and of the living over whom hung such a pall of fear, I could not have gone on. I tremble and tremble even yet, though till all was over. God be thanked, my nerve did stand. Had I not seen the repose in the first place, and the gladness that stole over it just ere the final dissolution came, this realization that the soul had been won, I could not have gone further with my butchery. I could not have gone further with Funky the main monkey. I could not have endured the horrid screeching as the stake drove home, the plunging of writhing form and the lips of bloody foam. I should have fled in terror and left my work undone. But it is over. And the poor souls, I can pity them now and weep, as I think of them placid each in her full sleep of death, for a short moment ere fading. For, my friend John, hardly had my knife severed the head of each, before the whole body began to melt away and crumble into its native dust, as though the death that should have come centuries agone had at last assert himself, and say at once and loud, I am here. Before I left the castle, I so fixed its entrances that never more can the Count enter there undead. When I stepped into the circle where Madame Mina slept, she woke from her sleep and, seeing me, cried out in pain that I endured so much.
Come,
She said,
come away from that awful place. Let us go meet my husband, who is, I know, coming toward us.
She was looking thin and pale and weak, but her eyes were pure and glowed with fervor. I was glad to see her paleness and her illness, for my mind was full of the fresh horror of that ruddy vampire sleep. And so, with trust and hope, and yet full of fear, we go eastward to meet our friends, and him, whom Madame Mina tell me that she know are coming to meet us.
The final section of our book, save for a short epilogue. Mina Harker's journal. 6th of November. It was late in the afternoon when the professor and I took our way towards the east, whence I knew Jonathan was coming. We did not go fast, though the way was steeply downhill, for we had to take heavy rugs and wraps with us. We dared not face the possibility of being left without warmth in the cold and the snow. We had to take some of our provisions too, for we were in a perfect desolation. So far as we could see through the snowfall, there was not even the sign of habitation. When we had gone about a mile, I was tired with the heavy walking and sat down to rest. Then we looked back and saw where the clear line of Dracula's castle cut the sky. For we were so deep under the hill whereupon it was set,
that the angle of perspective of the Carpathian Mountains was far below it. We saw in all its grandeur, perched 1,000 feet on the summit of a sheer precipice, and with seemingly a great gap between it and the steep of the adjacent mountain on any side. There was something wild and uncanny about the place. We could hear the distant howling of wolves. They were far off, but the sound, even though coming muffled through the deadening snowfall, was full of terror. I knew from the way Dr. Van Helsing was searching about that he was trying to seek some strategic point where we would be less exposed in case of attack. The rough roadway still led downward. We could trace it through the drifted snow. In a little while, the professor signaled to me, so I got up and joined him. He had found a wonderful spot, a sort of natural hollow in a rock, with an entrance like a doorway between two boulders. He took me by the hand and drew me in.
See,
he said.
Here you will be in shelter, and if the wolves do come, I can meet them one by one.
He brought in our furs and made a snug nest for me, got out some provisions and forced them upon me. But I could not eat. To even try to do so was repulsive to me, and much as I would have liked to please him, I could not bring myself to the attempt. He looked very sad, but did not reproach me. Taking his field glasses from the case, he stood on the top of the rock and began to search the horizon. Suddenly, he called out,
Look! Madam Mina, look! Look! Look!
I sprang up and stood beside him on the rock. He handed me his glasses and pointed. The snow was now falling more heavily and swirled about fiercely, for a high wind was beginning to blow. However, there were times when there were pauses between the snow flurries, and I could see a long way round. From the height where we were, it was possible to see a great distance, and far off, beyond the white waste of snow, I could see the river lying like a black ribbon in kinks and curls as it wound its way. Straight in front of us and not far off, in fact, so near that I wondered we had not noticed before, came a group of mounted men hurrying along. In the midst of them was a cart, a long leader wagon, which swept from side to side like a dog's tail wagging, with each stir and inequality of the road. Outlining against the snow as they were, I could see from the men's clothes that they were peasants or gypsies of some kind. On the cart was a great, square chest. My heart leaped as I saw it. I felt that the end was coming. The evening was now drawing close. Thank you, Legion in the Void, for that 18-month resub. Much appreciated. Where was I? I lost my place when that happened. Oh, here I was. Okay. One last jump scare for Romani Rep! Yay! May the next one be on better terms! I lost my place again. Son of a bitch. Each stern inequality of the road. Outlined against the... No, I read that. Okay. On the cart was a great square chest. My heart leaped as I saw it, for I felt that the end was coming. The evening was now drawing close, and well I knew that at sunset, the thing, which was till then imprisoned there, would take new freedom, and could in any or many forms elude all pursuit. In fear, I turned to the professor. To my consternation, however, he was not there. An instant later, I saw him below me. Round the rock he had drawn a circle, such as we had found shelter in last night. When he had completed it, he stood beside me again, saying,
At least you shall be safe from him.
He took the glasses from me, and at the next lull of the snow swept the whole space below us.
See,
he said.
They come quickly. They are flogging the horses and the galloping as hard as they can.
He paused and went on in a hollow voice.
They are racing for the sunset. We may be too late. God's will be done.
Down came another blinding rush of driving snow, and the whole landscape was blotted out. It soon passed, however, and once more his glasses were fixed on the plain. Then came a sudden cry.
It's break time. I'll be back in 3 minutes. You know the drill. I gotta go to the damn bathroom. We're almost done. One last rep. See you in 3 minutes. And here we are, at the end of it. The carnival music is playing. I got a fresh cup of water. Paced around a bit. Stretched my hands and arms a bit just because of the way I've been sitting. They've got a bit of a tingly feeling from just kind of been being still for a while. keep that shit moving. I hope y'all are doing well. I hope you've enjoyed, I suppose, not only this stream, but the whole read-through of Dracula. This has been... I don't know. I've talked about the feeling before of feeling like that one drawing that's like orc so stupid or ogre so stupid. Ogre only understands surface level themes of book. Whenever I talk about like any like written work or piece of art that I enjoy, so it's fun to be able to have other people to like talk about that with. That always makes me feel at least a little bit better about what I'm thinking and saying, and then I get other ideas to think about and bounce off of, and that's really cool. It's been a fun time. It's been a fun read. I'm going to wait a little bit before I start my next book. I don't know how long, but at least a couple weeks, I reckon, to try and squeeze in some other stuff. And then hopefully when I do start Frankenstein, I'll try and keep up with it consistently so that we don't end up with like another relatively short book taking like an entire year or two to go through. That'll be nice. And also, hopefully, ideally, in like August and September, I'll be over in the West Coast again visiting Puz for birthday and stuff. And like, I don't know, reading streams will be easy to pick up on a laptop if I want to keep doing that. So, yeah, here's hoping. Taking times with things is my favorite. Yeah, sure, but I feel like I have a harder time keeping up with a thing if I'm taking, like, weeks and months to go through a short book, you know? And also I feel bad because it was less an intentional thing and more, well, I wasn't feeling good sort of thing, you know? It's different to me. Going slow and at your own pace is fucking awesome. I wish that it took me a year to read because I was slow and thoughtful about it rather than because of everything else that happened, but c'est la vie, you know? Not much sense grumbling too much about it. It's just... us being alive, baby! That's doing creative work like this. Sometimes you gotta tell yourself, hey... You need to force yourself to have sick leave. And we made it to the end, didn't we? That's what matters. I suppose I'm getting ahead of myself, but we are about to. Hard to get yourself to engage with media. Do you mean, like... What do you mean by engaging with media? Like doing more than just, like, I don't know, watching it or reading it or whatever? Like, thinking about it, talking about it? That's a thing you gotta, like, practice. That's a skill. It's a thing you gotta work at. It's a muscle you gotta exercise. I think it's very important to exercise that muscle, but... if it's something that's you have difficulty with it, part of it is just, you know, trying to get practice in. Thinking real hard about art is legitimately a tough skill. People get degrees about it. Yeah. I had long considered getting a degree about it. Got talked out of it, but so it goes. I like to think I do okay enough for, you know, an amateur sitting on her Twitch stream. I'm not gonna gas myself up too much about that, but, you know, it's practice. It's something you gotta work at, something you gotta try doing. And it sounds like these streams were something that helped you do that, so I don't know, that makes me really happy to hear, actually, like, genuinely. It's I don't know, that's kind of like my one hope with, like, these sort of book club-ass streams, is we look at this thing together, we talk about this thing together, and someone going like, wow, we're being thoughtful about media. Maybe you agree with what I'm saying, maybe you completely disagree with what I'm saying, and you think, wow, that Holly's a jackass. I'm gonna do this next thing that she's gonna say out of spite, but regardless, if even like one person comes away with this stream going like, wow, it's cool to think about art. I should do that more. I feel genuinely really happy about that. I don't know why this is happening. Maybe it's because I'm fucking exhausted and it's very hot today, but thinking about that is genuinely making me like almost tear up a little. I'm glad someone had that experience. That's like the most I could have hoped for. You have the degree and it gave you burnout? Oh, buddy, I have like 2 or 3 degrees. I understand. Even if I had ended up going for that thing, I probably would have still, you know, been miserable and tired about the education system. I getcha. Thought I had 110 degrees? You're gonna get in trouble. You're getting report. You're straight up getting in trouble for that. But yeah, I don't know. Engaging with art. It's fun. It's interesting. It's compelling. Art is a conversation. It's fun to try and be a part of that conversation. And it's hard. And sometimes people see that it's hard. And, I don't know, associate it with, like, fucking academia or something and go, oh, well, it's hard and it's this walled garden for, like, the higher-ups, and I can't do that. Yeah, you can. Maybe doing it in a group setting like this is what helps you dip your toes into it. That makes me happy. Anyways, I'm being all sappy. I'm glad to know that folks have enjoyed the stream. I'm not gonna claim I'm the most insightful woman, especially for a book as old as this that has been like read and reread and talked about for fucking decades or more. But like, I don't know. It's still cool. It's still cool. It's cool we get to do this. My fucking air conditioner is running again. Let's go. Ooh, it's cooling down. Oh, Green Freddy. I don't even know. No one fucking knows what I'm talking about when I say that. That's a joke for like 3 of my friends. Agreed, good to be sappy. Yeah, but I'm not done the stream yet. Save it for then. I gotta save that shit till we're actually done, or we're gonna be here for 5 more hours and gonna be like, man, I love art. Thanks for talking about art with me. Wah! And then we want to finish the fucking book. Crack my damn knuckles a little. Alright. We need to kill Dracula first. Then came a sudden cry.
Look! 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 See 2 horsemen follow fast, coming up from the south. It must be Quincy and John. Take the glass. Look before the snow blots it all out.
Is Green Freddy a reference to Freddy Freaker's cousin/brother? First of all, hi, welcome to the stream. Really fucking good first-time message. Second of all, no. It's like a 10-view YouTube video that my friends and I found that became our favorite thing in the world, and then that, like, was seemingly deleted and none of us saved a copy of it, of someone playing, like, a really bad Five Nights at Freddy's ripoff on, like, a phone. And it's like a child. Because there's something delightful about child video on YouTube. And they're just going, Blue Chica! I hear a voice! Oh, Green Freddy! Ah! And that's the whole video. And I think about it sometimes. Anyways. I took it and looked. The two men might be Dr. Seward and Mr. Morris. I knew at all events that neither of them was Jonathan. At the same time, I knew that Jonathan was, not far off. Looking around, I saw on the north side of the coming party 2 other men, riding at breakneck speed. One of them I knew was Jonathan. And the other I took, of course, to be Lord Godalming. They too were pursuing the party with the cart. When I told the professor, he shouted in glee like a schoolboy, and looking intently till a snowfall made sight impossible, he laid his Winchester rifle ready for use against the boulder at the opening of our shelter.
They are all converging,
he said. I said Blue Chica, and your stream showed the offline picture. That's fucking scary. I didn't have any hiccups on my end, no drop frames. That's fucked. You're getting a damn Dracula curse right now.
They are all converging,
he said.
When the time comes, we shall have gypsies on all sides.
I had, misplaced which line I was at. I got out my revolver ready to hand, for whilst we were speaking, the howling of wolves came louder and closer. When the snowstorm abated a moment, we looked again. It was strange to see the snow falling in such heavy flakes close to us and beyond, the sun shining more and more brightly as it sank down towards the far mountain tops. Sweeping the glass all round us, I could see here and there dots moving singly and in 2s and 3s in large numbers. The wolves were gathering for their prey. Yeah, that's a bit of a... That's kind of how it scanned to me at first, given how this is just talking about the wolves now. Every instant seemed an age whilst we waited. Wind came now in fierce bursts, and the snow was driven with fury as it swept upon us in circling eddies. At times we could not see an arm's length before us. But at others, as the hollow-sounding wind swept by us, it seemed to clear the airspace around us, so that we could see afar off. We had been so accustomed to watch for sunrise and sunset, that we knew with fair accuracy when it would be, and we knew that before long the sun would set. It was hard to believe that by our watches it was less than an hour than we waited in that rocky shelter before the various bodies began to converge close upon us. The wind came now with fiercer and more bitter sweeps, and more steadily from the north. It seemingly had driven the snow clouds from us, with only occasional bursts. Let me just fucking take that from the start again. I keep flubbing that. It seemingly had driven the snow clouds from us, for with only occasional bursts, the snow fell. We could distinguish clearly the individuals of each party, the pursued and the pursuers. Strangely enough, those pursued did not seem to realize, or at least to care, that they were pursued. They seemed, however, to hasten with redoubled speed, as the sun dropped lower and lower on the mountain tops. Closer and closer they drew. The professor and I crouched down behind our rock and held our weapons ready. I could see that he was determined that they should not pass. One and all were quite unaware of our presence. All at once, 2 voices shouted out to halt! One was my Jonathan's, raised in a high key of passion, the other Mr. Morris's strong, resolute tone of quiet command. The gypsies may not have known the language, but there was no mistaking the tone, in whatever tongue the words were spoken. Instinctively, they reined in, and at the instant Lord Godalming and Jonathan dashed up at one side, and Dr. Seward and Mr. Morris the other. The leader of the gypsies, a splendid-looking fellow who sat his horse like a centaur, waved them back, and in a fierce voice gave to his companions some word to proceed. They lashed the horses, which sprang forward, but the 4 men raised their Winchester rifles, and in an unmistakable way commanded them to stop. At the same moment, Dr. Van Helsing and I rose behind the rock and pointed our weapons at them. Seeing that they were surrounded, the men tightened their reins and drew up. The centaur comment is really funny. Why did she say that? Back from dinner, is the old asshole dead yet? No. Instead, we're having like a snowfall shootout with the Romanis. Romani. I don't think it's S at the end. I lost my place again. I was so delighted thinking about the centaur that I've lost my place. Alright, the guns were out. Okay. At the same moment, Dr. Van Helsing and I rose behind the rock and pointed our weapons at them. Seeing that they were surrounded, the men tightened their reins and drew up. The leader turned to them and gave a word, at which every man of the gypsy party drew what weapon he carried, knife or pistol, and held himself in readiness to attack. Issue was joined in an instant. The leader, with a quick movement of his rein, threw his horse out in front, and pointing first to the sun, now close down on the hilltops, and then to the castle, said something which I did not understand. For answer, all 4 men of our party threw themselves from their horses and dashed towards the cart. I should have felt terrible fear at seeing Jonathan in such danger. But the ardor of battle must have been upon me as well as the rest of them. I felt no fear, but only a wild, surging desire to do something. Seeing the quick movement of our parties, the leader of the gypsies gave a command. His men instantly formed round the cart in a sort of undisciplined endeavor, each one shouldering and pushing the other in his eagerness to carry out the order. In my midst of this, I could see that Jonathan on one side of the ring of men and Quincy on the other were forcing a way to the cart. It was evident that they were bent on finishing their task before the sun should set. Nothing seemed to stop or even to hinder them. Neither the leveled weapons, nor the flashing knives of the gypsies in front, nor the howling of the wolves behind appeared to even attract their attention. Jonathan's impetuosity and the manifest singleness of his purpose seemed to overawe those in front of him. Instinctively they cowered aside and let him pass. In an instant he had jumped upon the cart, and, with a strength which seemed incredible, raised the great box and flung it over the wheel to the ground. In the meantime, Mr. Morris had had to use force to pass through his side of the ring of Sigani. All the time I had been breathlessly watching Jonathan, I had, with the tail of my eye, seen him pressing desperately forward, and had seen the knives of the gypsies flash as he won a way through them, and they cut at him. He had parried with his great bowie knife, and at first I thought that he too had come through in safety, but as he sprang beside Jonathan, who had by now jumped from the cart, I could see that with his left hand he was clutching at his side, and that the blood was spurting through his fingers. He did not delay, notwithstanding this, for as Jonathan, with desperate energy, attacked one end of the chest, attempting to prise off the lid with his great kukri knife, he attacked the other frantically? I can't read tonight, with his bowie. Is that pronounced Bowie or Bowie? I'm gonna keep pronouncing it Bowie, because it's funny to me. It's David Bowie's knife. Under the efforts of both men, the lid began to yield. The nails drew with a quick, screeching sound, and the top of the box was thrown back. Heard both ways? So have I, and I've always been curious. By this time, the gypsies, seeing themselves covered by the Winchesters, and at the mercy of Lord Godalming and Dr. Seward, had given in, and made no resistance. The sun was almost down on the mountain tops, and the shadow of the whole group fell long upon the snow. I saw the Count lying within the box upon the earth, some of which the rude falling from the cart had scattered over him. He was deathly pale, just like a waxen image, and the red eyes glared with the horrible, vindictive look which I knew too well. As I looked, the eyes saw the sinking sun, and the look of hate in them turned to triumph.
But on the instant came the sweep and flash of Jonathan's great knife. I shrieked as I saw it shear through the throat, whilst at the same time Mr. Morris's bowie knife plunged into the heart. It was like a miracle. But before our very eyes, and almost in the drawing of a breath, the whole body crumbled into dust and passed from our sight. I shall be glad as long as I live, that even in the moment of final dissolution, there was in the face a look of peace. Sorry, I have something caught in the back of my throat. Pardon me a sec. Okay, there we go. Better. Let me take that from the top then. I shall be glad as long as I live that even in the moment of final dissolution, there was in the face a look of peace, such as I never could have imagined might have rested there. The castle of Dracula now stood out against the red sky, and every stone of its broken battlements was articulated against the light of the setting sun. The gypsies, taking us as in some way the cause of the extraordinary disappearance of the dead man, turned without a word and rode away as if for their lives. Those who were unmounted jumped on their leader wagon and shouted to the horsemen not to desert them. The wolves, which had withdrawn to a safe distance, followed in their wake, leaving us alone. Mr. Morris, who had sunk to the ground, leaned on his elbow, holding his hand pressed to his side. The blood still gushed through his fingers. I flew to him, for the holy circle did not now keep me back. So did the two doctors. Jonathan knelt behind him, and the wounded man laid back his head on his shoulder. With a sigh, he took the feeble effort, my hand in that of his own, which was unstained. He must have seen the anguish of my heart in my face, for he smiled to me and said,
I'm only too happy to have been of service.
Oh God,
cried suddenly, struggling up to a sitting posture and pointing to me.
it was worth for this to die. Look, I'm gonna stop the music, actually, for this.
The sun was now right down upon the mountain top, and the red gleams fell upon my face, so that it was bathed in rosy light. With one impulse, the men sank on their knees, and a deep and earnest amen broke from all as their eyes followed the pointing of his finger. The dying man spoke.
Now God be thanked that all's not been in vain. See, the snow's not more stainless than her forehead. Curse has passed away.
And to our bitter grief, with a smile and in silence, he died. A gallant gentleman. Note:
7 years ago we all went through the flames, and the happiness of some of us since then is, we think, well worth the pain we endured. It is an added joy to Mina and to me that our boy's birthday is the same day as that on which Quincy Morris died. His mother holds, I know, the secret belief that some of our brave friend's spirit has passed into him. His bundle of names links all our little band of men together, but we call him Quincy. In the summer of this year we made a journey to Transylvania, and went over the old ground which was and is to us so full of vivid and terrible memories. It was almost impossible to believe that the things which we had seen with our own eyes and heard with our own ears were living truths. Every trace of all that had been was blotted out. The castle stood as before.
reared high above a waste of desolation. When we got home, we were talking of the old time, which we could all look back on without despair, for Godalming and Seward are both happily married. I took the papers from the safe, where they had been ever since our return so long ago. We were struck with the fact that in all the massive material of which the record was composed, there was hardly any one authentic document. Nothing but a mass of typewriting, except the later notebooks of Mina and Seward and myself, and Van Helsing's memorandum. We could hardly ask anyone, even did we wish to accept these as proofs of so wild a story. Van Helsing summed it all up as he said, with our boy on his knee, "Oh, he came to visit the boy."
We want no proofs. We ask none to believe us. This boy will someday know what a brave and gallant woman his mother is. Already he knows her sweetness and loving care. Later on, he will understand how some men so loved her that they did dare so much for her sake.
Jonathan Harker. The end.
There's more to follow! More stories of the sort you like, more probably by the author of this one. More than 500 titles all told by writers of worldwide reputation in the author's alphabetical list, which you will find on the reverse side of the wrapper of this book. Look it over before you lay it aside. There are books here that you are sure to want, some possibly that you have always wanted. It is a selected list. Every book in it has achieved a certain measure of success. The Grosset and Dunlap list is not only the greatest index of good fiction available, it represents in addition a generally accepted standard of value. It will pay you to look on the other side of the wrapper. In case the wrapper is lost, write to the publishers for a complete catalog. Detective stories by J.S. Fletcher may be had wherever books are sold. Ask for Grosset and Dunlap's first. The Secret of the Barbican, The Annexation Society, The Wolves and the Lamb, Green Ink, The King vs. Wargrave, The Lost Myth to Mr. Winflate, The Mill of Many Windows, The Heaven-Kissed Hill, The Middle Temple Murder, Ravensdean Court, The Raina Slade Amalgamation, The Safety Pin, The Secret Way, The Valley of Headstrong Men. Ask for a complete free list of G&D popular copyrighted fiction. Grosset and Dunlap, Publishers, New York.
End of the Project Gutenberg ebook, Dracula. Updated editions will replace the previous one. The old editions will be renamed. There is an adaptation of a post-Dracula canon where Quincy comes back as a vampire. Oh, hi! Thank you, Scorpio, for the raid. We just finished the book. So Dracula dies. You know, it's funny you mentioned One Wicked Cricket. My partner recently, went to a gaming convention. And they had like a bunch of used games on sale. And so she was sending me stuff like, oh yeah, hey, look at like a bunch of these books that I've seen.
Rest in peace, Dracula.
Or not books, these games that I've seen. If you want, I can get you one. And she saw Zapper One Wicked Cricket on Game Boy Advance. So I have that now. I mean, I don't have it in my hands yet. It's at my partner's house. But I'm gonna have that soon. New stream? What do you mean new? I've already streamed that GBA game. Someone paid me to play through all of it. I have to do that eventually. It happened again. I still gotta do that. Old stream. Thank you to what the fuck happened? Mr. Mentalgen gifted out 5 gift sub, Zombie Pretzel for the sub, Healing Mind for the sub, Sarkanoff with the 50 months, jeez, Mr. Mentalgen with their own sub, and Baked Bean Freak with the sub. Thank you all very much. The copy that she got had, like, someone's name signed on it. And so she was like, oh my god, is this the name of, like, someone that worked on Zapper One Wicked Cricket? Did I accidentally find, like, an autographed copy of the game for you? As near as we can tell is just, like, the name of whatever kid owned this game. Near as we can tell, it's just whatever child owned this game put their name on it so that they wouldn't, like, lose it or whatever. That kid was so proud of their Zapper One Wicked Cricket. Respect. People just did that? They sure fucking did, and I think it's funny every time. So that's Dracula. The rest of this is just legal jargon about the Project Gutenberg licenses. Which, maybe this is uncharacteristic of me. I don't fucking feel like reading it right now. Thank you, Chip Did, for the gift sub and for the 2-month resub. Who killed Dracula? Jonathan Harker? Wait, the prediction! Hang on! Choose our outcome. Alright, congratulations to everyone who voted in my prediction. Viewers who have chosen the correct outcome will be awarded 233,928 channel points. What kills Dracula? Well, they cut his head off and stabbed him in the heart. It was a pretty fucking safe bet. I don't know why anyone bet anything else. That's on you. You shouldn't have done that. Why'd you do that? They don't have fucking cars in Dracula! They do have hogs. Maybe we didn't see them. They should have sent hogs upon him. I mean, you're right. But they didn't. They did have boats, but they didn't run him over. Do carriages count? No, and also they didn't kill him with a carriage. So moot point either way. This was a cool book to read. I don't really have any sort of, like, closing statement to tie a bow on it or anything like that, as much as I would like to have that. But it's been really cool to explore this classic that I've never read myself. Get ready for Holly's Kid Dracula playthrough. Here's the thing. I'm not committing to a date yet because I don't want to start anything new right away, because it's almost GDQ time, and I'm, like, taking the fucking week off for that. Sometime soon. Soonish. I want to look for weird fucking Dracula video games. I want to find the weird shit, and I want to play that. I want weird video game adaptation of that shit. Dracula Unleashed. I'm gonna make a fucking note of that. You mentioned that. Dracula Unleashed. 1993 video game created by ICOM Simulations. For the DOS, Macintosh, and Sega CD platforms. Right, and you play Alexander Morris! Investigating Quincy Morris's death! They even talk about the Bloofer Lady. Awesome. Can I put the DOS cover art on stream? I guess. Here you go. Interactive horror movie. It's pretty good. They're unleashing him as we speak. They are kissing him so tenderly, and it is unleashing him. They are unleashing his ethics. That's another, I hate that I have that association every time. It was really deeply stupid art that someone made in support of Gamergate, but they misspelled ethics as ethics. And it literally just said, like, like in big text, ethics. And then under that in small text, unleash them. And it's one of the stupidest fucking things I've ever seen anyone put on the internet, and it's so fucking funny. And I keep thinking about it whenever I think about unleash this. Unleash them! This is Dracula's eunuchs, and they're unleashing him. But yeah, I'd like to see if I can find any, like, particularly odd adaptations. I know there's at least a couple more, weird Frankenstein video game adaptations that'll be really funny to check out when we get around to that book and finish that book. But that's well in the future. And now that we're done Dracula the book, next week, I want to start doing movie nights for the community. And the first movie I want to do is the really old Dracula movie with Bela Lugosi as, like, Dracula. I want to do the Bela Lugosi Dracula movie. And maybe the week after that. Maybe. I'm not sure yet, because on the one hand, that's gonna be during GDQ. On the other hand, I looked at the schedule. The time I would be doing the movie night is when they're doing a speedrun of a Yakuza game, and I'm avoiding spoilers for that anyways, so I wouldn't be watching anyways. So maybe also during GDQ, a second movie night. Because I also really want to watch the Christopher Lee Dracula movie. And if I don't do it that week, it'll be the week after. And then other movies. Because I want to watch more than just fucking Dracula movies, you know? We have to watch the Keanu one because it has Quincy? Maybe, eventually, at some point. I don't want to do 3 Dracula movies in a row! Which Christopher Lee Dracula? The first one. The first one that he did. Have I already done the funny... I haven't done anything. I just said I'm gonna start doing this. I literally haven't done anything yet. You weren't listening. Get your ass. There's a Christopher Lee Dracula with ninjas. Awesome. You could be making that up. Notes for Rotter? That is good. Yeah, that's the plan, that's the hope. I still gotta figure out the logistics of how I want to do the movie night. I have a couple options, and the problem when I have a couple options is I go, ah, fuck. I've got options. I gotta pick one. So I'm gonna hit up some friends that do movie night type stuff through Discord and ask them what they do for their setup and what they'd recommend. Then I'll post details in the Discord closer to the time of. If you want to mark that down early on your calendars, I'm aiming for Tuesdays around like 7:30 Eastern, because that's when Trash Night happens, and on Trash Night days and weeks I'm just going to be watching Trash Night instead, so I figure why the fuck not. That's my plan. Yeah, this has been a real fun read. This has been a cool book. Yesterday's Trash Night was fucking awesome. They did the Double Dragon movie. And that movie is so fucking funny. That movie is so fucking funny. What a bizarre way to adapt fucking Double Dragon, the video game Double Dragon. Everyone's friend Abobo was there. We all love you, Abobo. Abobo, you are always going to be famous. Classic Abobo moment. And we all know him and we love him. Even after what happened to him, it's fine. Yeah, this was really cool to read a book this old that I have no context for, other than knowing it's like a cultural cornerstone, and getting to experience it for myself. Getting to share that with other folks and talk about that with other folks and talk about what we think of it. Interesting little book. I wouldn't have known about the fucking cowboy if I didn't do this, you know? That's awesome. So, thus ends another book. It's all read. We did it all. I've talked about this before. The next book is going to be Frankenstein. Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. I haven't decided when I want to start it yet. I think I want a bit of a reprieve before the next book, so that I have a little bit more time to squeeze in, like, other things that Puz and I never ended up finishing before grad school started kicking her ass more. So... Gonna make a rough guess, maybe sometime, like, later July, early August we'll start that, I think. And I think that'll be fun. And then we'll go through a book, and we'll go through more book. And then eventually I have to read Les Miserables. And that'll take a while. And that'll take a while. That's a huge fucking book?
Yup. Yup. Yup.
Might take a couple weeks. You know? A couple short few streams. The Waterloo Saga will occur, which I've only really heard spoken of in vague terms. And I think that'll be a fun time. That one's French? Yeah. But I'll be reading an English translation. If I read it in original French, that would be one of the most alienating streams for my audience I could ever do. When I put it like that, I kind of want to do it, but... Phantom of the Opera may be fun. No, here's the problem. I have plans for after Les Mis. And that's also a long one. I think I've said what it is. I'm gonna be doing Umaneko. Prolific visual novel series? Question mark. So we've got the next little bit of like book reading streams is like sorted, because again, this was all part of like my subathon from, was it last year? Which now that I am like up and able to stream again more frequently, more consistently, hopefully, fingers crossed. I gotta start doing those. People paid me money for those. I gotta start doing them. And I mean, the book ones are gonna take a while, so I'm not like rushing to read through a whole damn books, but like, you know, that's what the plans is. Basically 2 Les Mis right after each other. Yeah. 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 And I mean, hey, if I'm fucking feeling it when I'm going through these fucking mammoth Titanic books, I might at some point just be like, what if I read something shorter as a break? I could do that. I could literally do that. Nothing is saying I can't do that. It's free to do that. But that's certainly the book plans. Speaking of plans, no stream tomorrow, because my ass is busy relaxing. Friday is, the fuck is Friday? Oh, it's, Salamander County Public Television, which is a game that Puz and I have been meaning to stream for months, because we saw it at GDQ and were entranced by it. It is a WarioWare-ass game where all of the art assets are pretty much entirely like stock photos. And it's like a story about an entire town disappearing, except for you and your coworkers at the public access TV station. And now that everyone is fucking gone, well, you got a shit ton of work to do, buddy! Why the fuck is everyone gone? Well, you gotta go to work in the morning. You're too busy to think about that. They got beans in it. That's beans. I know about That's Beans. I'm excited for That's Beans. We've been talking about That's Beans for fucking months. You'll understand what That's Beans is pretty soon. And this isn't on the schedule because it's possible we might be too tired or the weather might be too bad. So it's like a WarioWare? Yeah, oh, you're doing a Grinch joke at me. You got me! Son of a bitch, you got me so good! It's actually awesome! Saturday might or might not happen, depending. But if it does, more Ghost Trick in the evening. I'm kind of hoping it does, because Puz and I both want to play more. But the weather is fuck right now, and it's going to be stormy on the weekend. Sunday, also weather permitting. More art stream, more commissions. Gotta go through the backlog more. I've got that dog in me. I've got the momentum again. I'm feeling good. I want to do more. So I'll try to make that happen. And then the next week of streams, which I guess I'll talk about more at the end of the week, but I've got some of that blocked out already. And then the week after that is GDQ, and I'll be watching GDQ all that week, and you can come and watch it with us as a community if you want. Those watch parties are always fun. Did I have anything else I wanted to say or share? I'm gay. I'm a fat gay, and I want to go to ice hell for the win. Have a wonderful night, everyone. I hope we see you again soon.
I'll just start the recording again.